Good morning. My name is Daniel Amoussis. I know my hair is crazy. I know my beard is disheveled. But the purpose of all of this is really to explain to you that optics are extremely important when it comes to social media. There's a lot that I have on my mind, and I wish I had a drink in front of me when I started filming, but that goes to show that I need to think ahead and I need to be present and in the moment. It's my fault, no one else's. This, as I've explained to you, today is my father's birthday. He would be 72 years old. He was born on March 10th, 1954, and I'm going to spend the majority of today expressing to everyone that to avoid a very, very sad scene. I'm not sad about my father because of his death. People died. That's a very normal process. I'm sad because he has a life unfulfilled. He did not get a chance to really experience all the things in life. I'm going to take a pause, calm down, remove the emotional element from the situation, and reset by doing this fill-in. So here's an important aspect of why I do what I do. Sorry. 7 is the correct number, but just give me 1 second. Don't go anywhere. You know what? As a matter of fact, check this out while I do that.
I think this is the biggest piece that a splitter like this can handle. I just filmed some intense content. Rather than eating or relaxing, I gotta split some firewood. That's beautiful. It's undescribable, the feeling that taking apart a log like this and turning it into natural fuel and having it be the perfect size and really understanding, look at that, and that's therapeutic for me, and it keeps me from smoking cigarettes because I have cut down significantly. I probably cut down 80% of what I smoke, and rather than running for a cigarette, I went to split firewood. And believe it or not, I'll be done with this batch probably within the first 2 weeks of the business being open. And there's nothing I can do about the fact that even my meat slicer, everything is being held from me, because the truth is, I'm just lucky that I was able to get out of a really bad relationship in time. I think it was toxic. I think my kids will be very happy in the long run. I think it was very hard for me to say that. I was always afraid of this because, you know, the truth is, it was my parents that fucked up, not me. They were selfish, and they did exactly what human beings who are not thinking long term do. And I'm not going to be that person, and I'm going to think of my boys, and that's one of the reasons why I've stayed out of their forced my way into their life, because I didn't do anything to be removed. I'm not a drug addict. I didn't commit any crimes. I'm a good dad, and I offer a lot more than most people realize or want to accept, and that's okay. I used to think otherwise, but I realized that a lot of people are jealous. There's a lot of haters, and I have to accept the reality that most of the people that are doing this and supporting this simply couldn't watch me shine, and that's okay. My boys know that I'm awesome because they're not dumb, and they know that Dad didn't do shit. And I think that it takes a lot of balls and courage to stand up here and continue filming content while being ridiculed, constantly being undermined, endlessly. I mean, look at how much firewood just one piece. And this is, remember, this is just one half of one piece. So I'm going to be able to really set myself up. And while the video that I filmed is being rendered and published, and I do everything myself because we're getting to a point where there's like legal consequences for people that are involved with me enacting my First Amendment right. I mean, like, look, I might even do some stand-up. I've been watching this movie called Is This Thing On? And I don't really have much jokes. I only have one, so hopefully that'll work. So that right there, it's only one half of the log. So as you can see, even the length of log does not get affected. And the moisture content, it's not even wet. It's wet on the outside, the bark is wet, but as you can see, it's splitting up. It probably has a 45-50% moisture content because it slowly dries up. Snow, not snow, as long as the tree is dead, it's going to start to dry up, especially red oak like this, that's large in size. And a follow through is good, you know, even though this is going to be a much smaller piece than I would like. Once you get to a certain size, you don't even need to make them that much smaller because they're going to go into a warmed fire pit. Wow, that's beautiful. It's going to go into a warm fire pit that is going to be able to really take on the mass of the log. So this one's good to go. This is good to go. This one I'll split one more time just because it looks so cool. And it just has that perfect log split feel. Ah, I was right. See, it has that perfect log split feel. And you know what? I keep this log keeps calling my name. It's like taunting me. And I really have to think about how to get this one right. This one is not as easy as you think. Not. All right, here we go. Enough jokes. Let's see if I'm able to maybe. Now this one I need the axe for. This one's not going to work without the axe, so unfortunately, let me...
How was that? Interesting, right? The splitting of the logs and various other businesses that I have really, really is a testament to my boys and my father who, you know, one thing I never understood is how I have so much empathy and sympathy for others that are in pain, yet no one has a fucking lick, not an ounce of sympathy for me not being around my boys while being a good father, and me having to prove in court that I'm a good father, whereas everyone else in this world just gets to do whatever they want to do. But because I am who I am, I have to literally, in court, use my brains and all of my resources to prove that I'm a good father. I'm done. I'm done with the bullshit. I'm done with tolerating this nonsense. And I'm going to live my life the way I want to live it. And my boys are free to join me at any time. I am not the person that I'm being painted as. I'm not a deadbeat dad. I am not a bad father. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not mentally ill. But if you want to assume that I'm crazy, then it just makes things just much easier on everyone, because to recognize the reality of what I experienced yesterday in family court and to express that there's a very big difference between playing a recording of the actuality of what happened versus expressing the shock and awe of the emotional state that I'm left in. And I will describe to you that when it comes to the aspect of representing yourself pro se, a lot of the reason why I'm able to do it versus me expressing to everyone that without Casper and Pro Slay being activated, it's not something that's possible is because I don't think I can express to anyone the emotional toll that just having one day in court representing yourself in a hostile domestic violence court matter where you are actually the victim. But due to the circumstances of the perception and the optics that a man cannot be a victim of such a heinous crime, and the reality that the person involved is able to put on such an act that the act went way too far yesterday, and when I was able to show the court the true nature of the way I'm able to behave in a silent, coherent, and professional manner, I was able to immediately show that the opposite reaction is triggered by the adversary, which only proves my point further and further. Every day that has passed where I'm not in a erratic state and I'm not the person that I'm accused of being only proves that I've been right the entire time, and I'm doing the best I humanly can to really ignore the fact that I had a stroke, and that's seen on the right side of my face with the eyebrow raised from the stress this has caused me. Please understand I need to take a break for a second, and I'm a fucking human being. I really miss my dad. He was the only person that really, really loved me unconditionally. Everyone else in my life loves me with conditions. I do. I have a lot of anger towards my family for the way they treated my father. It's not a random reason why I don't speak to them. It's my choice. I'm the leader of the family. Everybody knows this. It's 100% my choice not to speak to them. Because I think what they have done throughout the course of my life is inhumane to my father. And then they replicated it to me. And they did it all on YouTube in front of the world. It doesn't matter. The only thing that actually came true is that I was right the entire time. And to express verbally a nightmare scenario and then have it be fulfilled in front of your eyes, all because you have chosen to be honest. Please remember the power of honesty as you take into context the reality of what has happened in my life. I did not lose my children. I did not have them taken away because of my behavior. I had them kidnapped from me. Kidnapped. That's the real word. I will prove that they were kidnapped on multiple occasions across state lines, and I will prove that the court utilized everything in their disposal to take my children from me in an attempt to silence me. That is real fucking shit. My father would be furious with the people that have done this. But at the same time, he is beyond proud of the strength of character that I've shown. I will never be broken because I was born by two parents, Margarita Reeses and Arcadia Reeses. And Arcadia was brilliant, kind, but flawed. And Rita is not kind, and she is not brilliant, but she is very strong. And I assure you that I will never stop. Like the fucking Terminator. I will never stop fighting for my children. It will never happen. On my father's grave, on my honor, on everything. My name is Daniel M. Reeses. I don't give a fuck about how much emotions I show anymore. I don't care about anything actually anymore, except getting what I need done. And that will require me to make a lot of money. So anyone who has wanted to watch this channel and see and learn how to make a lot of money very, very quickly, legitimately, and without breaking the law, please enjoy the fucking show, because I'm no longer a human being after what I experienced yesterday. And it might take me a few days to really explain exactly what happened in a way that's both legal, non-defamatory, and emotionally stable, because I cannot continue my entire day in the state Please recognize that what I will be doing is launching one business concept brand, not a business, per day. Please recognize that what I need to do is also document the process of the amount of hyenas that are out there trying to take a piece of my brilliance and what I created. The only recourse that I have is in civil court and litigation, and even that is being contested as being some sort of a advantageous, violent venue, when in reality we live in the United States of America. I literally have lawyers who make a living on suing people, telling me that I am suing people incorrectly and illegally. Literally human beings who do that same action. Whereas in reality, all of my litigation is 100% valid. I have 1,000 reasons of why each and every litigation that is filed is 1,000% legitimate, meritorious, and you cannot sanction a human being whose facts are accurate. There is a monumental case called Scott v. Harris in the United States Supreme Court from 2007. Please look it up. My video evidence is absolutely irrefutable. What I choose to post on this content and this channel is 100% mine. My opinion, my right, my First Amendment right, and the content that I have created was prior to anything that was invented and any stories about me. So what I post is posts of events that have happened in my life in the past. I'm 1,000% legally allowed to do it. You could throw me in jail 1,000,000 times. Please recognize that I will always come out because I represent the U.S. Constitution. Forget about the federal agent. Forget about the fact that everything I've done is so monumental in context to the amount of adversaries that I have against me. I am one human being. Please remember this. I am one human being. You who is watching this know of at least dozens of human beings that are going against me and scratching their heads or hitting their heads against the wall because you fail. You constantly fail because you have no conviction, you have no strength of character, and you have zero facts. Watch me do what I do best.
Yeah, so that's about all that I'm able to do without my logs. And here is the rest of it, and it's going to go relatively quickly, especially as I chop through all of that. I think I'm going to take another one because I can't get over how frustrated I am. I can't get over how wrong. This one's too heavy, it's too large, and it's too wet. So this one needs to be cut. So I take the small ones right now that are relatively small, and the rest of them are being dried. And a lot of people see. So this one right here will be one of the ones that I'll just take. And I need to do this because, first off, quitting cigarettes is not as easy as it looks, especially when you're dealing with some really sensitive subject matters. This one, I don't even know if it'll break. Redwood is very, very hard, and this is a bottom log, so it didn't dry. You're talking about wet redwood, so don't be surprised if it doesn't work. Yeah, it went right up. It didn't work. But you know what? A lot of that might be right over here. Let's see if I can get this directly. You never know. And you're not going to know unless you try. But it's a gorgeous piece of wood, and it's going to smoke great. No, it's not catching. I guess I'll do the flip side, which is the flat side, and that's really what people recommend, but I don't know who recommends cutting wood like this in this capacity. But whoa, it worked. Okay. All right, so it temporarily worked. Let's see what would happen if we give it a little bit of a sampling. Now, once again, like if you're in the middle of a fire, and you need a fire source, if you need a fire source that that is strong. And let's see what happens here. This is interesting. Well, I'll tell you what. Definitely split up. I wish I had my axe and I could just handle this in 2 seconds, but you know, if wishes were horses, none of us would live in Livingston.
All right, so I filmed the cut sequences that go into the description of what I'll be doing, and there are 2 products that I will offer for the first 300 founding members of Livingstown. Livingstown is a massive, massive, massive change while keeping the best parts of a town the same. So when we look at a town, there's so many good things about the town of Livingston. But in order to just think about how boring things are. Let's change things up a little bit. Let's make things a little bit better. If it fails, it fails. But why waste an entire generation by pretending that we don't have the opportunity to take a swing and to really make an awesome example of what a town can be if we unify our purchasing power, our communication, and our general lack for conflict resolution in a positive manner and focus only on the best that we can offer. So if everyone comes together, think about it like this, okay? If there was a world catastrophe and half the population was, God forbid, gone, and there was a nuclear disaster, look at how quickly we would band together. People who knew how to bake would bake bread, people who knew how to clean would clean, and people who knew how to argue in the court of law that no longer exists would most likely kill themselves. I am just joking. Please recognize that being a lawyer is absolutely useless in the future. In the present, I believe that the legal system is extremely flawed and designed to sustain the absolutely unnecessary leeches that are intertwined within a very, very beautiful and brilliant concept known as the American legal system. It is nothing more than a construct that is created by both Hollywood as well as the Bar Association that is in charge of that state's authority. Please recognize that law is a business. What I am going to do is break the whole thing down step by step on a daily basis. So today, my whole focus is my father and launching a concept that he would be very proud of because he loved the town of Livingston. Over the course of today and on the ride to Phillipsburg, I will go into why my father loved the town of Livingston. If you don't want to watch, please don't watch. Please also remember that during the magic trick, one of the things that I really wanted to do was to show how much I loved my wife, to make sure that she never watched the magic trick. But I wasn't able to successfully do it, but due to a series of court orders, I'm able to successfully say that my wife, ex-wife, whatever you want to call it, is legally not allowed to watch any of this content ever for the rest of probably her foreseen life. And that allows me a chance to speak freely without being confused of addressing her directly or indirectly or any of that stuff. Because I never did that, I never wanted to do that, and I made a mistake by being honest and transparent with the camera and expressing what my brain and my inner monologue is, as if I'm talking to a therapist or as if I'm talking in a private setting. But rather than be in private, I do it in front of the world to show the lack of fear that I have for the truth, which is the core of what keeps people together. But the dividing factor, the split, believe me, I'm an expert at the split, especially an amicable one. And when you have grain inside of wood that you can easily go against or with, then you have an option of how to split your firewood. Please recognize that these metaphors and analogies are so thick that even I don't have the patience for finding them entertainment. And please, believe me, I love myself. My crazy hair, my look, and everything is on purpose. Please give me a chance to express exactly what's going on. I have created a very, very coherent schedule of work. I start work at exactly 8 a.m. I wake up at 6 a.m. I have a full regiment of things on my plate. At 10 a.m. I am ready for bed, at which point I start editing the content. I do not go to sleep until the video for the night is finished. I will try to publish one video a night that will also include everything I'm trying to say. There's a backlog of videos because I was really mindful and hopeful of the American justice system actually fulfilling its social contract of being a sound mind and body of a conflict that is so clear that even my children, my 10 and 12-year-old can easily decipher between what's going on. And the reality is very simple. Please keep watching and give me a chance, and you will see that the truth will come out in your eyes, not mine. For I am the only human being I've ever met that needs to wear glasses so other people can see better.
All right. All right. Wow, this is fascinating. How the hell did I do this? Okay, let's see if I can just quickly get this through. Now, red oak is not easy to split. If I had my splitting maul... Whoa! Can't believe that worked out like that. It's really cool. If anyone paid attention to what just happened, the whole thing just came apart. And I'm glad I did, because, like, I want to get all the anger out of myself, because what's happened to me, like, there's, like, legalese and things like that, but it's just unfair. That's the bottom line. It's really, really unfair. It's really unfair. So here is the issue we're dealing with. Okay, now I could hopefully this will hit like this. So what we want to do is well, as you can see, what started out as a basic obsession has turned into, see, I need my axes. This is absolutely wrong on so many levels that I have to do this manually with the log splitter, and the Livingston Police Department is playing games. It's all games. There's no semblance of reality. Well, at least I got that. Annoying ass fucking.
Good evening. I very much greatly apologize for my look, but I spent the entire day working. Over here is a giant pile of papers and various other things that I need to address with the court tomorrow. But essentially right now, I guess today was daylight savings time, and it's 8:30 at night currently. Let me just confirm the old trusted iPhone. And what you're about to see is nothing more than a sampling of something called the Book of Daniel. I overreacted. I took a chance at doing something prematurely, and whether or not I release it this evening or tomorrow morning on my way to court, you see, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is one of the most important court dates of my life. Not because of the significance of any monetary value whatsoever. The monetary aspect, as a matter of fact, is something that's very much secondary. But my children's happiness, future, my involvement in their lives really depends on tomorrow's hearing in many, many different ways. And one of the things that I want to address is that in the upcoming segment, I noticed that there is a picture of the chief of police, and I just want to know, like, I know this guy, Gary, Chief Marshowitz, April 2026, but the gentleman that I met with at the Livingston Town Hall in a closed-door meeting with the attorneys and everything was a completely different man. So unless there's a different chief of police or there's some sort of a ruse being pulled over my eyes, it was a different person. Now, let's discuss some very, very basic things, okay? First and foremost, this video is nothing more than an introduction to a series of very, very important videos that you will see me utilizing YouTube as much more of a business instrument and much less as an entertainment vehicle. At no time was this ever supposed to be an entertainment-based product. I had a vision for creating the best movie of all time. I believe that I was able to achieve it because my movie is in a category by itself. It is a movie that's in real life. So the things that you see on my YouTube channel are 100% true. Every single one of the stories I say is true. I do not embellish. As a matter of fact, there are some details I leave out in order to make it much more digestible, because the real version is so extreme that most people who are not used to that type of reality, meaning that if you live a very docile and boring life, you'll have a very hard time being able to digest the fact that you have two relatively decent looking human beings with what looks to be like the perfect life, but one of the two is abusing the other one, and it's not what you have seen all throughout your entire life. What you have seen traditionally is the man being the abuser of the female. It is a very standard type of dynamic. What you have here is something completely different. It has taken me a very long time to really be able to understand that. And given the circumstances, I have nothing but love in my heart. And that love in my heart can only be displayed via the movie that you're about to see. The movie that you're about to see is a format that I'm experimenting with, where I take 1 week out of my life and I post everything that I can that's, you know, socially appropriate, legal, without any violations to anyone's personal rights. And I'm extremely mindful of not making my boy's mother look bad in any way, as well as making sure that my boys are not embarrassed of the content. Guys, give me a little bit of a break. Check out the video that I have over here. I'm going to intertwine it with vignettes. Like, watch this.
This is the last. These like big pieces. End of the night. You know, you don't want to keep stoking a fire. You got to use. You got to use large pieces. All right. This is getting ridiculous. This one piece is killing me. I mean, I should give up. I have a lot of legal work to do, but I really have to finish a job that I started. There's just something about it. And this is a fuel source that will last a significant amount of time. As you can see, it actually ended up being really cool. So as I took a random log, it probably weighed 60 pounds or so. You know, that's a lot of mass. It's a lot of mass. So let's see what happens if we go backwards. All I need is one split on this one. Yeah, that's enough. Because like I said, you want to have some girth and mass. This one I might even do one more. See how, without recognizing the angle, the geometry gets hooked in and the wedge does the work, not the actual hydraulic. Basic physics. Pay attention in 10th, 11th grade. Okay. Here we go. Same thing, you know, the angle, as long as it hits at the flat point and the hydraulic source comes, it's the wedge that does the work, not the hydraulic source. It's a huge illusion. I mean, it's not an illusion if you know physics, but it's an illusion if you think that this is the thing that breaks it. It's that. It's the point of impact. That's it. One more, I promise. One more. Just one more. That's it. That's perfect. Now we have the firewood. I miss my house, miss my life, miss my kids. Miss my dog, Morty. Give me a fucking break if you actually think that I enjoy doing this while not having my children in my life and not being a deadbeat dad or anything that I'm being accused of. I'm a good guy. Speaking of which, I gotta bring the garbage in. My name is Dan Reeses. I hope I've learned a lesson from all of this.
There's going to be a lot of vignettes of me splitting firewood. That is going to be not an homage, but essentially a parallel metaphor, and splitting firewood and verbally talking about splitting up is very ironic, quixotic, whichever way you want to put it, but it has a humor spin to it because the reality is that I am so passionate about my barbecue business that I am going and spending weeks at a time discussing the fuel source that ignites the smoke that puts all the flavor into the meat. That's how in depth the entire process is, that it's going to take me a few more weeks to truly perfect the process of being able to get the fuel source to be identical, universal, consistent, and standard. These are very important subjects. And this is just one of the multitude of facets that my business empire has. I say it in the empire type of way, in a joking way, because I do retain significant equity in various projects as well as real estate. I receive emails such as from fraudsters named Brett Galloway who are demanding millions of dollars in legal fees for them perpetrating crimes against me. It's not very difficult to prove. All it takes is just a little bit of work. But right now, being that I am homeless dad, I need to focus on the truly important things in my life, which is getting my home and my children back, since they've been taken from me illegally. And I do not have a recourse of neither violence, which has never even crossed my mind, nor any type of nefarious activities of violation of any form of laws. Hey, check this out.
All right, you are the first female mom to learn log splitting after the age of 60. No, I'm just kidding.
Hilarious.
Hilarious. Go ahead. Let's see. Let's show the folks at home. At least you look skinny. Oh, back up. Go ahead. Wow. It's so impressive. Back it up. Gotta release.
Wow. Look at that.
All right, go ahead. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Wait. We're not finished.
It's not all the way back.
Well, because you're not releasing it.
No, I got my
Full control. Go ahead, Jamie.
Okay.
Cut. Great work.
Excellent.
All right, hold on a second. Now we got this bad boy. Go ahead. Don't be afraid. Wait, back up. Relax. All right, go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Great work.
Look at that.
Go ahead. You're gonna have to do this one in here. Go ahead. And this is the last one.
Right.
And now you could take a wet log.
Okay.
Go ahead. We're flying. All right, excellent. Great work. First female lumberjack.
This is awesome.
Hey, Jamie.
Hey, Dan.
So one of the things that I really love about, being able to take advantage of this absolutely horrible time in my life is because you like to show Friends.
I do.
You ever see the episode where they switch apartments and Joey explains to Rachel, he's like, it's Joey's place.
I do.
I would never be allowed to split firewood indoors in my house.
Never.
And that's like a normal thing that a wife would say no to. And that's one of the reasons why I like not being married or in a relationship with Jamie, is because I can be completely honest. And here comes the honest part, okay? I believe that there is some strange, holistic, positive energy that revolves around splitting firewood that really, really speaks to me on a metaphysical level. And my goal is to show that in between segments of sheer and utter frustration, I'm able to truly isolate the moments that, by the way, that's 1/100th of what the matrix is, but the filing system is complete, and so is the matrix. So over the course of tonight, I'll be showing you various aspects of what I've created. And by Sunday night, which is going to be the 8th, I'm going to be ready to do a full formal launch, which will be done on my father's birthday, which is March 10th. Now, Jamie, how are you?
I'm well. Thank you for asking.
Good. Right here we have white oak, the impossible wet red oak, and additional smaller oaks. And then I believe that is a pine. I'm not sure. It could be another oak, but rather than pretending to be an arborist, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show everyone the quantity of firewood that can be created simply by utilization of ingenuity, a basic relationship in the goal of what you're trying to achieve, as well as how to calculate time without using a clock for your own basis. So before I begin, what I'm going to be doing is splitting these 5 logs. Hopefully it'll get to 5, but most likely it'll be at 4. The red one's going to be really, really difficult to split, but let's go into a 5 log split. Now, what these 5 logs will do will represent a time period for when I start burning these logs. Until I finish burning these logs, I will continue to work on both legal filings as well as business matters that I can do at the best of my capacity without having my office, without having my business papers, without having access to absolutely anything. I will do the best that I can. In between those segments of work, I cannot have a cigarette without doing a set of sit-ups, a set of push-ups, and one legitimate business filing, whether or not it's with the... So what this basically is various cuts that I make into the wood splitting aspect of everything I'm doing. The wood chips, if you see them right there, that is a project called Black Mulch. My wife or ex-wife Mel has always loved black mulch. I've always wanted to create a product that is universally black mulch and can do what needs to be done. There's a large quantity of mud in Jamie's house that is a direct result of a lot of shrubs and landscaping not having mulch. So by contracting with various tree services, I'm able to get the
wood chips delivered, and the logs pre-split. So I have a perfect fuel source for the barbecue business. I have a perfect fuel source for the outdoor fire pit. I have a perfect fuel source for the indoor fire pit. And I have a consistent universal product in order to fuel my machines that are used to make the meat or various side dishes. I'm a passionate, hey, watch this. I have significantly cut down on my smoking. At the same time as I've cut down on my smoking, I have to read court papers that accuse me of being a drug addict, of things that I have no idea what these people are even talking about. I will voluntarily submit to any blood test anybody wants. I don't even understand how to react to something like this without sounding like you're a drug addict. Because usually when people are accused of something, the more they try to excuse not being it, the more people are like, yeah, okay, no problem. But the reality is, not only am I not a drug addict, my biggest concern is that once my children are back in my life in the next couple of days or weeks, I don't want to be dependent on nicotine. And I've really broken that habit, because rather than addressing some other topics, I will say that looking back in my life, one of the things I really didn't like about myself is that I was always sneaking cigarettes in, and my kids wanted my attention, and I would get really frustrated with them because my wife, instead of running interference, she would actually allow them to hurt me because she didn't like that I smoked cigarettes, but she wanted me to keep smoking marijuana with her. I didn't want to keep doing it. Here I am in Jamie's house, you know? For everyone that says happy wife, happy life, they simply don't understand they're going to die in their 50s of a heart attack trying to appease someone whose goal is to interfere in the happiness of their spouse. So I don't subscribe to happy wife, happy life. I subscribe to happy life, happy life. I don't think that there's a condition of happiness in your life that revolves around your partner, and the concept of this being a joke or some sort of a rite of passage, mentorship, word of advice is really, really fucking disturbing. And on that note, let's split some firewood. Now, the point is that I don't even have my tools that I need to split what I need. I also need to be respectful of the house. I've set up these mats so that if something should fall here or here, it is protected. And I just wanted to say that unfortunately, this landlord is really negligent in a series of factors that preclude them from complaining about what they're watching, because not only is this in no violation, see that? That's pretty cool, actually. This is in no violation of anything. As a matter of fact, the lack of adherence to basic tenant-landlord laws, well, here we go. And I, as a person who is in the real estate business, one of the reasons why I do... Hey, Jamie, how are you?
Hey, that is... Sorry, it's always fun to come and watch.
Oh, no problem. Was I making too much noise?
No.
All right, sorry about that. So I don't know if you heard, but my goal is to pace my time. And as you can see, the mess is very minimal, and I immediately clean up everything that I do. And that's one of the things that... Well, you know, I might need to move the rug a little bit further up. And I am responsible for any damage that's done. So if the floor needs to be redone or resanded in these areas as a direct result of anything that I've done, I will take full responsibility. And as you can see, it's a very old floor, but nevertheless, it is not my floor. So when a human being goes into an environment that they do not own, they need to be mindful and respectful. And one of the trade-offs of, excuse me while I split this log, but one of the trade-offs, now one would say, why are you not filming this outside? And I will very calmly say that the words that I use and the commentary that I have towards the social agenda that other people have interfered with. And the social agenda is very simple. And that is to split up amicably requires two human beings to be not only like-minded, but to recognize, in my opinion, that the goal is really making sure that your children are the core focus and not a social agenda that revolves around proving a point. And that's my antithesis of this whole thing, is that the people that are watching this have no idea what it's like to be illegally separated from your children, all the while screaming at the top of your lungs that, hey, the people that are doing this, their goal is to do this. And while being ignored and arrested and silenced, the very things that I am told to be silent about because they're not true are actually happening in front of my eyes. And rather than utilizing some sort of a method of excusability of negligence and violence, I not only don't have it in my heart to do anything, I would say that it is the complete opposite of who I am as a human being. Because my whole thing is that rather than brute force, I can outsmart the adversary by utilization of the rules of the game. And the rules are very simple. It's divorce. There is an actual law. There are actual laws that are designed to protect people like myself whose spouses take advantage of the venue because of the shows.
All right, I'm back. I am passionate about barbecue to a point where I find it almost sad when people misunderstand that my love of the game is far different than what marketing and people who put themselves out there as loving something and being, oh, I'm so passionate about it. I love coffee. My name is, Charles Schultz, whatever his name is. Maybe Charles Schultz is the peanuts guy. But the point is that the guy that is the CEO and the creator of Starbucks didn't revolutionize coffee. He revolutionized making money on coffee. That's very, very different. I don't hate on either one of them. What I've revolutionized is not just barbecue, but all around a national brand of sustainable dinner foods that is a real viable hybrid between Boston Market, McDonald's, and super high-end barbecue at a price point that's very reasonable. If you look at the videos that I create, wait, check this out again.
And the entire concept of a human being being able to utilize the concept of divorce to enrich themselves financially, such as, well, now you owe me half, guess what, it's 50%, it's a joint asset. I not only don't subscribe to that, I challenge that given the circumstances that there are humans that literally manipulate and use other human beings and destroy their ability to earn an income, all in anticipation of utilization of the imbalance of equity given the past marriage. I'm all about making sure to pay alimony, child support. That's not what this is about. This is about the circumstances that human beings put other human beings through to set them up, to make them look like they're something that they're not, all in an effort to enrich themselves, all the while pretending like what they're doing is in the best interest of the children. That's really wrong. And in order for me to really discuss this subject, I have to be doing something that is therapeutic, or else I would just tear up and I wouldn't be able to film this content. And I think that what I'm doing is beyond important, and I believe that my goal is one day to purchase this house, especially given the context of what's going on, and utilize it as an office space if all goes out well for Jamie and everything that she has done on my behalf, because she really has made some serious sacrifices, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention her as an unsung hero in all this, because one of the reasons why I'm so marveled at some of the things she does is because you, the adversaries who have chosen to blanket her as some sort of a villainous wicked witch of the West, it's just simply not true. And the fact that my younger son and Jamie's younger son are really close friends, that really makes me happy, and it reminds me to explain to everyone, how on earth are our children able to be friends and maintain a friendship and one of the two parents is filing restraining orders on the other one for no reason other than to get a leverage and an upper hand in a civil dispute which revolves around money. So to hurt two children really requires a set of motivation that far exceeds my ability to comprehend how someone can do something like this and justify it. How is our child supposed to, if my child's closest friend, my wife, has filed a restraining order against his mother for no reason other than the fact that she does not want to take responsibility for the crimes that she committed as well as the money that she owes. It's just not fair. And to silence me, who is the key witness to all of this, is really telling on a system that basically says, look, if you don't pay all this money now, even though the money that I've contributed is in the millions and I've spent my entire life doing nothing but paying every single bill imaginable without any hesitation, without question, and the concept of what's going on is not just bad, but in order to understand that remaining silent during a time where some of the most important constitutional issues are masquerading themselves as common civil disputes in matrimonial court. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a common dispute. This is the core essence of the future of the First Amendment displayed in a very inappropriate venue, but at the same time, it goes to the validity of the filings. The validity of the filings stems from the fact that I have an unbelievably organized system, that I did absolutely nothing until I was able to at least finish this part. And please remember, it's taken me 8 months to recreate my office after being unlawfully separated from my workspace, all in an effort to steal my property. And this is wrong on so many levels. But splitting firewood, and let's see, let me take a little bit of our honest break so that I can get to the rest of the splitting and see what the result is, and then I'll get right back to you.
See, I'm back. What you need to see is that my passion for splitting firewood is only second to my passion of being a father. I love nothing more than being a father in my children's life, and what you're seeing is only 1 week out of the thousands that I've spent. Well, my child is not 19 yet, so I haven't spent thousands of weeks, but in general, if you're talking about days, I would say that 99.9% of my children's life, unless they were sleeping over at their grandparents in the 4 times that they've done it while my wife were together before Drake turned 12, or the rare occasion when they were at summer camp, I have never spent a single day without my children except this last 8 months where I've been illegally separated from them. Wait, keep the stress level down. Watch this.
All right, I'm going to dive into the unbreakable log. This is a very, very difficult log to split without having my splitting mauls and without having my axes. I'm at a massive disadvantage, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. That's from Mrs. Doubtfire, in case anyone wonders. So how's the grain here? So the grain, we're going to go with the grain, not against the grain. With the grain, not against the grain. All right. Couldn't do it. All right. Let me see. Now it's stuck in the... Okay, let's try this at a different angle. With the grain, not against the grain. Okay, well maybe if I go with the grain this way, it'll be a little bit less, and if there's a knot in the middle, wow. Couldn't do it either. Okay, fair enough. I don't know how I was able to do it, but I somehow successfully figured out how to split it, and it's pretty cool. And now I'm going to be able to actually get to the bottom of all of this. And this is some really, really beautiful. Ooh, wow. See, look at how hard this is, that even post-split, it's that knot. It's in the middle. A lot of people don't know this. But knots make it really, really difficult to split, which is why you need something called a splitting maul. And without that, it makes it really, really difficult. But the Livingston Police Department doesn't give a shit about me, my therapy, my business. So I have to do workaround after workaround, and I shouldn't have to do this. I should be able to have my tools that I need in order to do the job. And this is excellent exercise. Obviously, the only reason I'm doing this indoors right now is so that the audio... Whoa. That is some cool stuff, which is why safety is so important. Wow. I mean, that's really, really beautiful. If you know anything about firewood, there's no smoker, there's no professional YouTube smoker that wouldn't be jealous of this type of product. And I don't care what people say about oak. I know that I could smoke unbelievable meat with it, and I could prove it. This should fall. And it fell perfectly on the rug, so that's pretty cool. Look at that knot. Now, that is a difficult sucker. And it's really remarkable that I've been able to teach myself how to utilize this machine to a point where I'm even able to break up these ridiculously difficult, knotty red oaks that are traditionally some of the most difficult woods to both work with, I mean, look at how beautiful they are. This is the type of stuff that really makes that live edge resin type of product because of the veininess. And here we go. Let's go ahead and do this. And filming content is great for therapy, but sometimes I like to just be in my own head. And I'm gonna take a break from filming content once this video is up, and I'll show what the final product is. Wow, couldn't replicate that if you tried 100 times. I might even keep this as a whole, because once you get the fire going, you're gonna need...
In order to recognize why I continue to split firewood, you must recognize that I have cut down on my cigarette consumption. My nicotine is down to very, very little. I would say 1/4 of what it used to be. I tried to quit cold turkey, but I failed at it. And rather than continuously... Oh, by the way, I really hurt myself with... so now it affects my thumbs up. But I hurt myself because I didn't have the experience that's required to really safely handle pre-split wood, and I stuck my finger in as the wood was already split, but when I took it off the splitter, it wasn't fully split, so it came back together and crushed my thumb. And then I tried to take it out, and I was wearing gloves, and I thought I'd be able to do it, but it ended up ripping the epidermal first layer of my skin directly off. So that caused a lot of pain, but it also was a great teachable moment. I didn't break anything, and I definitely handled the wood in a much safer context, because wearing steel toes, having the goggles and glasses on, having gloves on, really gives you this illusion of safety. And every once in a while, a little injury is healthy to recognize that you're dealing with a very serious, very, very life-altering piece of machinery that, if not handled correctly, irregardless of its size, can really damage you, because the actual mechanism... Wait, check this out.
The larger pieces are what keep the fire going without needing to replicate the constant adding of the firewood, but you need to have a very strong, warm base. And that's one of the reasons why I'm splitting these up smallest as I can, is because when you're dealing with green wood, even though these, you know, for a log this big to be split by a 7-ton hydraulic force, it can't be really above 50% moisture, or else it just wouldn't split. So this is a beautiful knot. This is just going to go in as is, and this one, and as you can see, the decisions that I make on what to split and what to leave whole is based on the knotting. And there's a whole art form that I believe that I can curate around splitting firewood using this type of a machine. Not just because it has been done before, but because I truly do know that this is so helpful for me. Whoa. This has been so helpful for me as a person that I do not see this ever being anything but a healthy, not doing it indoors. I don't recommend anyone doing it indoors. It's not safe. I'm only doing this because the content that I have to film is so sensitive and needs to be disseminated through audio that needs to be heard. You know, when a human being is the victim of this many crimes, and rather than losing his mind or blaming a broken system, he is able to find therapy within, find the truth of what makes him the happiest, and that is his children. And without my children, everything that you see is nothing more than a shell, a facade of a broken man who is doing the best he can to piece his life together as it shatters and splits in front of the very eyes that he has done everything to protect. My boys see me suffering. They see me hurting. They see me in pain. I don't like that. I want them to see me happy. I want them to see me winning. And in order to do that, I do need the help of the system. I do. I do need normal law enforcement officers. I need normal police officers. I need normal social services officers. That's beautiful. It's really, really beautiful. Oh, it didn't even come apart. Wow. There needs to be a whole army, a small army of people to stand up and actually judge the merits of the facts that has happened to me. Is this right? Is this wrong? And if it's really wrong, which I believe it is, there needs to be an immediate action that is taken on behalf of my children, myself, and every other America-loving, tax-paying. You know, I can't leave the segment. You know, it's where where the platform, what venue am I allowed to vent? And right here, as I split firewood, that's where I'm allowed to vent. When I'm in front of my desk and doing work, it's really not the appropriate venue any longer to spend time crying over the same issues. But when I split firewood, I'm able to vent and air my grievances, as George Costanza's father would warrant for the true Festivus, the airing of the grievances. And, you know, unfortunately, my shit is real. Like, I make a joke about it because I use humor as both a defense mechanism and a way to communicate to the masses because, you know, who can resist a good joke? And I guess the entire point of this joke is too soon. And I keep thinking that this nightmare is over, but yet it continues. It is like this endless, vicious cycle that has been my biggest nightmare. My biggest nightmare has always been to spend a lifetime. Well, my biggest nightmare is really to become my father, but given the circumstances of how hard I work on myself and how much I care about hygiene, and once again, I'm not saying hi to someone named Gene, but I care so much about the things that my father simply overlooked that make me so distinctly different from him that it took a really long time for me to realize what the core of my malfunction was. And it was one event that happened, one amongst the thousands of positive events. One event happened at a horse ranch. And that's one of the reasons why I love splitting firewood and doing barbecue and all that stuff is because I never did it as a child. You know, you have to remember that a lot of the people that I find myself, unfortunately, in a community with were raised by parents that really engaged in a lot of these very traditional activities. And my father, I'll tell you, he only did one barbecue with me, and that was for my birthday. He invited my mom, my brother, and we rented one of those free parks barbecues like the Hispanic community does, and it was one of the last memories I remember of my family being happy and together. And my father owned a barbecue, but he never even made me a hot dog on it when he lived alone. And a lot of that has to do with that story. And this is a true story, and my goal is not...
The actual mechanism is the wedge. The point of pressure created by the entire hydraulic system is so that the wedge can work properly, not the other way around. It's a simple machine. I think you need to study physics at a young age, as well as have significant understanding of the way physics works. It's not the kind of thing that I feel that I could argue with anyone ever, because it's physics and math. And having a conscious and coherent debate in today's day and age is really difficult when you have so many people believing that the world is flat, and given the fact that the internet is in vast support of this theory. Furthermore, it is so asinine that I don't even know where to begin. You know what? Let's go to a little bit of more splitting.
Jamie, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Now,
I'm watching.
you might ask yourself, what is this all about? But didn't you continuously ask me to learn how to do this?
I did.
And is there a reason why?
Well, for convenience and...
No, why did you want to learn it?
Why did I want to learn it? Why? Because
Yeah.
I think it's badass.
All right.
How could you not want to learn how to do this?
Do you know why I think that you should learn it?
Why?
Because, you know, you're recently divorced, so you're single and ready to mingle.
There you go.
So when you put up a profile on the internet for
Okay.
like prospective people, you could add log splitting.
I could.
Like, who doesn't want a woman who knows how to
There
split
you go. I
firewood?
can add that to my list of things.
Yeah, like different skills that you have.
Perfect.
You know,
Log splitting.
cleaning, cooking. All right, you ready?
ready.
Now remember, you're only going to be operating the machine. Safety first.
Okay.
So unless the logs are going to fly backwards somehow, you should be ready and safe and ready to go.
Okay.
I want you to be quick on your toes. This is why, you know, you have to be aware of everything you're doing. You're wearing your safety glasses, and I'm going to be shifting and moving the log as needed. Now, Jamie, you've had a little bit of practice, but in general, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I pride myself in is doing things that are very unconventional to prove a very conventional, simple point. And that is, say what you will, but before I taught Jamie how to split a log, she didn't know how to do it. What I do is I make people's lives better by teaching them how to be self-sufficient. And with Jamie, who's a copycat, and I call her a monkey because she emulates. And
are true.
all right, monkey see, monkey do. You ready? Go ahead. Run the machine. I guarantee you a split.
Okay, ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Whoa.
Nice.
First one.
All right, you could go ahead and reset. And for the whole point of a two-man team, go ahead.
Whoa.
It's okay.
Good thing you're back there.
Well, a two-man team. Go ahead. Wow. See, this is a log that definitely is rotted.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So, but it'll make great kindling. Go ahead. It's okay. Let's reset it, but not forget it. You really like these like corny dad jokes.
I do. I'm a big fan.
You know.
I'm a big fan.
All right, go ahead. All right, back up. All right, go ahead. Now go. See, that takes a little bit of experience.
So satisfying.
Is it?
It is.
Well, I think that's the whole
have to
point
say.
of what you... Go ahead. Oh, try it again. Go.
So, what I'm going to do tonight is really give you an understanding that tomorrow I have to be a completely different type of a human being. Even though that I have completely changed in my kindness, my lack of toxicity, my general demeanor of the way I present myself versus the way I used to present myself, I just don't think that it's quite enough until the court recognizes just how twisted the facts against me have really culminated to all because of a YouTube channel, or perhaps my inability to earn an income while I'm being assaulted. Maybe it is because of the tens of millions of dollars that I had stolen from me that is being attributed to me and not the criminals that are sitting in jail. Oh, you know, I just realized something absolutely incredible. And rather than spewing it on YouTube or getting angry about it, I'm going to very calmly put it inside of the final motion that I'm working on. Ladies and gentlemen, take a little bit of a break. I'm going to have a little bit of a sip of lemonade. I have some delicious, delicious lemonade that is waiting for me. And oh, you guys hear that? That's my lemonade calling my name. I got to take a little wrap up. I hope you enjoy the rest of the actual video. And what I'm going to do the best I can is really show you the true validity of the way I feel after the entire segment has been aired in my final opinion.
Go ahead, try it again. No, back up. I mean, this is pretty, try it like that, that's the last. That's about it. I mean, this is super soft wood, so it'll burn really, really quickly, but the next log is the real challenge. So let's go ahead and split this one up and it'll be ready to go. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
This one's, let's do this one really quickly. Go ahead. So you, a two-man team. This is good, this is good.
What's good is you don't have to go as far as you
Well,
think.
let's go to the next one.
All right.
Now, Jamie, great work on the filing system. Now,
Thanks.
this is the real challenge right here. This is what separates the men from the boys.
Okay.
Go ahead. Now, I'm going to be petitioning female log splitting as an event for the Olympics.
Look at that.
Is that satisfying or what? I'll go follow through. I need a little bit more. Now that is a beautiful, did that feel good?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. You're ready to go.
Yeah.
You could release.
I know why you do this now.
Well, how does it feel? Tell.
It's
tell
like
the-
you're really accomplishing like a
But this is Joey's place. That's why.
I know.
And I'm gonna take photographs of after what the floor looks like to make sure that there's no damage whatsoever. Go ahead. Any damage that is done is the responsibility of the YouTube channel, sponsored thereof. All right, all right. Let's just split this bad boy up. Go ahead.
Oh wow.
Does that feel good?
It does. And you know what's gonna feel great?
What?
When I see you put these bad boys in the fire.
Yeah, we have.
Burn.
Let's do this one right here. It's satisfying because you know that you had a big part of the process. So it's not just buying firewood. Go ahead. It's not just buying firewood. Now this is the real test, the biggest one of them all. Now this one will be a real challenge. We want to put in the flat end.
Oh.
1 second, Jamie. Go ahead. Let's see what you got.
I did it!
No, you did it.
Woo!
You did it. That was all you. You did the whole thing.
That's badass.
Go ahead. This is all you.
Amazing.
This
All
is
right, we
all-
can officially add it to the dating app.
Love Finders with 2 R's and a Z.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Follow through. Don't stop.
Look at this.
Continuity, very, very important. I change my shirts when I film, and today is Sunday, so today I will be doing the tefillin. And I guess rather than adjusting the camera, I could just do it sitting down. I failed at my attempt to remove emotion from the first beta test of chapter 1 of the book of Daniel. It's not actually chapter 1, it's chapter 1 will be filmed when I am ready to, but my goal was to kind of do an unemotional version and take a snippet of a point in my life where it was no more than 1 year ago. maybe a week or two at this point, because it took me a little while to have the guts to post it. And essentially, what this is content that I own, I filmed, and was expressly permitted to be filming the content because it's just me and my family on a family vacation. And when human beings forget that we live in the United States of America, give me 1 second, I'll just it's a lot longer than you guys think. Alright, well, I did the abridged version because essentially, you know, it's not that it's the thought that counts, but when you go through the entire process of putting this fill-in on and thinking about all the prayers that you do in a foreign language that you don't actually know the meaning of, and then the last 15 seconds you do a little quick prayer for your friends and family who you love very, very much. And one could easily argue that the final part is by far the most important one because that's the only part that I actually understand. The parts leading up to it are really traditional, ceremonial. I find this to be, I wouldn't say comical, but uniquely memorable would be the best way to describe it. So I failed in the Book of Daniel beta test because my emotional levels spiked far beyond my control, and rather than being able to suppress my emotions, I gave into it, and I got really, really emotional. But please remember that what I'm doing right here is designed for my children when they get much older, not for right now. But should they ever choose to take a look at the content of what their father was able to do at the lowest moments of his life, and that's one of the most important lessons that I want to teach my boys throughout this entire thing, is that anyone can be a hero or act magnanimous at points where they are either, quote, winning in life, which Charlie Sheen made very, very famous when knowing that he was diagnosed with HIV. He went on national television and proclaimed that he's winning in life. Charlie Sheen, unfortunately, I know more about Charlie Sheen than I would like due to my very close friendship with a man named Lenny Dykstra, who played for the Mets. Lenny's a really great guy, and you'll never hear me saying a bad thing about him because Lenny is just one of those people that has contributed so much more to our society than we as a society would ever recognize. The memories that he helped form and shape for the majority of the paying customers, because remember, when you have African American athletes that are dominating sports such as baseball and basketball, then you have Hispanic American as well as African Americans that dominate at least 50% or more of a certain type of sport. The majority of the super high paying corporate executives are white, and that is because we live in a world of lies and a very nepotistic, racist type of system that encourages humans to go through college, at which point they are then nothing more than an extension of their father's dreams. I know that right now, looking back at it, that is one of the biggest fundamental differences between myself and the majority of the people that support my wife and her family, is that I believe that my children have the ability to rise above the challenges that are presented throughout their lives by their own means, and use me as nothing more than an example, a source of love, and for someone to step in should there actually be an issue. Let's take a quick break.
The stretching happens a lot because these are green wood, and green wood means that it's freshly split. 1 second. Thank you, go ahead. Handy dandy. All right, go ahead. I've actually never been called handy before in my life. Go ahead. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. I am one of the least handiest people, other than Buster. That's an Arrested Development joke. All right, Buster is less handy than I am, and this perfect. Oh no, it doesn't fit. Now we're gonna have to. Well, there's something called geometry. It's like this crazy thing. That's because the angle of the original one was very different, so it has to be put in perfectly. All right. Go ahead. Watch what happens. Oh, back up.
Maybe it got us a little more room.
A little wiggle room, you'd say. Let's see. Sorry about that, Danny. Sorry about that. All right, let's see if we can go ahead and... Go ahead.
Ready?
Yeah. No. Back up. Man, Jamie.
Making you work for it.
No. They say the best things in life are free. So you could save them for the birds and bees. I want your log splitter. That's what I want. You know what? Since we're doing an outdoor fire, I think it's just good enough.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You also
No, I need my splitting maul. That's
you
the.
do.
We can't continue. You know what the next step is? Let's go to Livingston Police Department.
Oh, good idea.
After the job is finished, I took very detailed images to show that there's not a single scratch of damage. I care very much about Jamie, especially about the house and the fact that she's letting me stay here during the most difficult time in my life. So the last thing I ever want is for her to be fiscally responsible, or even worse, socially irresponsible with the way that she handles the property that she is instructed to care for and she lives in. She has a great relationship with the landlord, and she will very soon own this property as an annexed office. This is called professional wood. Professional wood, also known as movie theater wood, is the kind of wood that you see on greeting cards, commercials, and definitely not in a lumber yard for the garbage that you order every time you order firewood from whatever local gypsy decides to rip you off today. Do I really have to say anything at all? Is there a way you can just use your brain and put everything together and look at the words that are being said at the exact time that they're being said in the movie on the date that it came out, being said by the person that is saying it? I really don't think
Jamie, that's one of the good
Oh.
parts about cutting down smoking significantly is that I can film more content, and like, yeah, I think it might drive some people crazy, but
It might.
like,
It might.
imagine if filming content was my replacement mechanism. You know, they say that when human beings are addicted to something,
They have to replace it with something.
they have to replace it with something. And like, I'm not a big food guy. I like when other people eat my food, and I definitely am in like bad shape because I've been, you know, after incarceration, you can't stop eating chocolate. Like, I couldn't stop eating that chocolate cake.
I know.
Like, I needed more tonight even.
We need
Like,
to-
like I will figure out a way to lose this weight, but you have no
Let's
idea.
not give up our cake.
You have no clue of the deprivation and the depth of despair that one reaches when you just get this tray of,
Oh God.
you know, I can't even describe to you. Can you do me a favor? Can you get these split rolls, 3 of these, please?
Sure.
You know, I do. I want to talk about the food. I want in jail. Yeah. I want to talk about the food while I cook really good food.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, because like I said, I think that
It's really interesting how you guys,
You guys?
You
Who is you guys?
people in jail.
You think? What do you think? I'm part of like a
other
gang?
things.
I make
Like,
food out of other
like,
things.
You like what do you call it? You eat like tuna out of the can, but you make it in other things. You make like a sandwich or something.
You know, Jamie, I wish the public could actually see just my face right now of like, all right, I'm gonna give everyone a basic understanding of what I'm about to tell them, okay? The entire penal system, and like this conversation, obviously, like people start eavesdropping, so,
I know.
but the entire, and I would too, it's an interesting conversation. The entire penal system, Jamie, can you please get large tomatoes, 6 of these, please?
Sure.
Thanks. Hi.
Right now. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not doing anything.
So what were you saying? So what about it?
Can you get this one right here? I like it. And I like this like weirdly yellow one.
This one?
Yeah. And the rest of them try to get like the bigger ones that are ready and ripe. Well, what I was saying is that that's enough. You know, you get this one.
Crazy.
No, you don't want to break the bag. But you know, I always like. Yeah, but not these cucumbers. I want to get the other cucumbers.
All right, I'm gonna follow you.
Sure. You know, an eggplant is.
As I continue this, I look at something called the Livingston newspaper. Now, I had this put on my desk to start this to really to show the. See, there's a note right here, okay? Now, there's a Chief Marshowitz, as Citizen of the Year on April 26th. Now, Unico is a semi-private 501c3 non-for-profit organization that truly, so let's take a look. Now, this is the chief of police. My issue with the police department stems from their culture, their lack of continuity, their dishonesty, as well as their complete and utter lack of adherence to a code of conduct that does not allow them to pick and choose which cases they prosecute and which cases they suppress. Now here I find myself with a newspaper on my desk, as I have not seen my children and I have been the victim of domestic violence. That domestic violence has been supported by the Livingston Police Department, by the actions or the lack of action that they have taken. Yet the Township of Livingston recognizes that the Chief of Police should be the person to be awarded Man of the Year. This Chief of Police is the chief of an organization which has over a dozen police officers that refuse to do their job or have manipulated the system in order for a both financial as well as a massive social advantage by aligning themselves with someone who they believed would be the victor in this very, very twisted game of who can be caught at what. And the sad reality is that I have been working based on a very, very, very strong Supreme Court case called Scott versus Harris. And Scott versus Harris stemmed around a man named Harris who essentially had a body camera. It was a police dashboard camera which showed him being erratic and driving recklessly. He was then subsequently hurt during the arrest, and on the 42:1983 statute, he was able to sue and successfully win in litigation against the police department. The police department had a very, very poorly testifying law enforcement officer, and during the course of the case, their entire evidence relied on the dashboard camera, which recorded the predicated incident of Harris, and it might be Scott. But the ironic part about this is the names Harris and Scott and the role that they play in my life is simply not even something I can describe, where I recognize that we live in such an ignorant society that I will have to put up on a post an image from a movie where at exactly 25 minutes and 25 seconds, not only Ghost 1, but Ghost 2 are recognized, and Ghost 1 and Ghost 2, I was Ghost 2 for a very long time until Bobby Fischer passed away. And I recognize that this right here is looked at ridiculous mumbo jumbo. Yet when I speak the truth about my history, my life, exactly the truth about how I was able to accomplish the things I was able to accomplish, being a completely poor, resourceless kid from Livingston, New Jersey, who had the opposite of supporting parents. I had to spend my life, my childhood, supporting my parents. And I try to do the best I can to be transparent, to be honest, to be forthcoming, to say, look, this is what happened. This is the role that I played. Here is the reality of exactly what's going on. I will give you, at the end of this segment, a teaser about what my father would have looked like. And it'll be a small part, just to show you that I was able to be the lucky recipient of an entire family of human beings who should be extremely upset that their children didn't get a chance to meet one of the most magnanimous and truly kind-hearted grandfathers imaginable, because by the time our children were born, my father was not the same man. He suffered some debilitating strokes that ended his ability for him to be passionate about life. I need to take a quick break because, as you can see, the over-emotional aspect of my life is overwhelming the facts of what I'm trying to convey. And what I'm trying to convey is that human beings who are nonviolent, such as myself, who do not try to preach their gospel upon other people, neither for profit nor for any form of self-gain, should never be at the mercy of bullies who try and successfully or in utter failure suppress their voice from coming out and saying, look, I recognize that the way I say the things you do not like. I recognize you do not believe that I am good looking enough to consider myself a human being who is allowed to publicly disseminate information, such as really good-looking athletes or very good-looking actors and actresses. Politicians are truly only successful in today's day and age if they have a certain type of a look, if they're able to present the words that they're saying. It doesn't matter if our current 2 senators are entrenched in some of the most ridiculous political and financial crimes that you can imagine, not to mention the fact that the governor herself is intertwined in a controversy of epic proportions that I've yet to even state. That is 3 of the most powerful leaders in the state of New Jersey, Bob Menendez, Cory Booker, and Mickey Sherrill. 3 human beings who the entire country overlooks as being political leaders, role models, and human beings that are entrusted with the true leadership of the state. Yet I, Daniel M. Reeses, have irrefutable evidence that all 3 of them committed very serious crimes, both in office and while working in a civil capacity, while recognizing their official capacity. Rather than being able to calmly and publicly disseminate this information, I am at the mercy of the fact that my personal divorce has been utilized as a platform to have me unlawfully arrested and continuously silenced, all because I am the human being at the center of some of the most controversial and politically charged events in American modern history. That does not mean I have an opinion on anything, nor does that mean that I've concluded, nor does that mean that I have started the truth about exactly what has been going on. Because I believe that a good story takes time to unfold. And some of the best stories, especially such as mine, that are happening in real time, simply can't be told until the facts of the entire story are revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, in short term, please give me a chance. All I'm looking to do is watch the video that I've created in my first beta test. I miss my father very much. His birthday is the day after tomorrow. I've always started celebrating my father's birthday the day before his birthday, because my father was just one of those men who really loved Father's Day, his birthday, or any celebration of himself, especially after he became an invalid and realized that he gave birth to 3 awesome boys, and he has the right, by giving them life, to be celebrated. And he's right. I gotta go.
An eggplant is an insult and a vegetable at the same time. Did you know that? Italians, racist Italians. You never watch Sopranos? I wonder how many other vegetables are insulting, racist, or that's an interesting Jeopardy question, right? Like, how many other vegetables other than like eggplant are racist in nature? All right, look, let's discuss this for a second. So,
Here's my question. There's a 10
Yeah.
fee for unused bags being taken out of the store, but you've already left the store, so how are they going to get you for it?
that's what's on your mind?
Oh, yeah, I just read it.
Well, I mean, what I was going to say was I think that there's a 10 cent for unused plastic bags being taken out of the store. So it's the same thing as how do they charge people? You can't leave the store without going through the cashier. So if you go through the cashier and you're not using one of the bags, you're going to get charged 10 cents. So it's assumed that once you're going through the cashier, you're leaving. It's a social contract. There's an actual answer behind it. Can you please pick up 6 of the best cucumbers the money can buy? Look at these cute little red cabbages. And these like tiny little lettuces. Okay, I'm so sorry. Can I? Look at this tiny little lettuce.
Oh my God, they're so...
These are, I don't know. They're all, here, go ahead. See, I'm using this bag. Hold on a second. I mean, I think that they're probably like the bad part of it, like was rotten off, but no, they're like tight. They're like tight little fucking lettuce balls. Yeah, onions never go bad. I like the big white, either red or white ones. I would get like the sweet onions. I would get like 5 of the sweet onions and call it a day.
All right, I'll get 5 onions.
Not bunions, onions. I feel like my meat order should be private.
I can't hear her sandwich. It was funny.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I don't know, but she was like that. Oh, bunions. Did you hear him say bunions?
Children of all ages.
4 or 5, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Let's talk about.
Serious and see. Do they have any rubber ones?
Let's talk about. Well, they have wafers.
Ooh, those are good. That'll be fun. Do they have,
All right. Let's try to focus on just the basics. Now, the lavash is the key to tonight's dinner. Hello. Good evening. Are you buying lavash? No? I'm just saying. All right. So this is the lavash
that's...
that we will be investing in tonight. So, other
We
than
need some milk. I'm going to go grab some
like Malk,
milk.
you know Malk from The Simpsons. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Italian cookies, biscotti. I'm going to stay
Special.
away from this. I'm going to stay away from this. You know why? Because I believe that making your own in this case is better. Oh, we need goat cheese.
Oh.
Right here. I got it. I'm on it. Montchevry, plain goat cheese. Chevry. I'm gonna get the chevry. Chevron.
Good?
Yeah. No, it's great.
Yeah, it's great.
No,
Really
I
sold it.
are do oh, okay.
Remember, we just
So
need fresh herbs and
yeah. So I'm gonna check out their hummus selection. Just get dill and parsley,
Parsley,
please. And I believe we have everything else. And
garlic we might need.
Fatima, mi amor, Oh my God, you look so skinny. ¿Todo bien? ¿Qué? ¿Tú tienes problema?
You why say hi?
Oh, mira, no posible. No hable nada con mi esposa.
She coming.
No, yo comprendo. It's no posible not laugh. You know, I say, este finito, no finito. So her lawyer says no finito. So
Why?
I don't know. It's honestly, I think she's really mad at me. 25 years I've been with her. You know, she's always mad at me, but you know, sometimes I first couple of months I thought she was joking, and then now I don't think she's joking.
She say hi.
Oh my God.
When he come and say
Don't
hi.
say nada. Say I don't see him. Yeah, I know.
Why?
Because I want her to be happy.
No more love.
That's no
Poquito.
posible. Me gusta mi niños mucho. You know, I love my kids. My boys love me, and I love my boys. My wife knows how much my boys love me, like, and I love them. You know, muchas like mujeres no bien padre, comprendo. Yo besito esto. Yo comprendo todas esas personas no comprendo nada y like está bien para mí porque es más fácil para mí. You know, I love my boys, they love me, and you know, like all the things you get annoyed, like I. It's just one chapter in over 4,000 chapters in the book of Daniel. This is one of the simplest, least funnest, but yet most memorable vacations I'll ever have in my life. Please enjoy the truth of what happened exactly 1 year ago. What a beautiful property. It's so nice to, as an owner, to see it operational. I'm telling you, Pierce would be so amazing as the innkeeper. Like, I would do it and I would put the Nest cameras up, and I would be there just to watch people's reaction of, all right, I got you going. Let me just get the bellhop. Like, he blows the whistle. And he's like, oh, where is this guy?
Is that over there? Oh, it's a rock. Is that a rock?
Yeah. He would just, like, he would be so adorable. We'll get the cars cleaned up real quick. Mal, is the light blinking? Mal, is my light blinking? All right, here we go. Oof, I knew it was going to be nice. Yes, let's walk him around a little bit and then we'll go in the car. Yeah, I guess. I'm going to start the car anyway to keep it warm. It's much more fun. It's not fun to smoke in the cold. Here. Mallory, stay away from there. Why are you going on the main road? Boys, I'm really sorry for blowing up your spot, but you are so freaking adorable in those pajamas. And there's no way that the Book of Daniel can exist without the brilliance. Oh, there's Morty. Like a magic trick, it just pops right in there. And I guess it's the four of us. Me, you,
Drake and Pierce, and this is me speaking to Morty. So if Morty has this is a visual rendering of the property that I wanted to buy. This is the image of what I wanted to create. There's a DMR that's hidden in there. This is the domain, and this is the vision that I have.
Maybe off the car. Step by step. Zoom around. Working on it. Cars off as they go.
One of the funniest jokes that we made is that Pierce would be doing half the jobs at the inn should we have invested into it. And this trip was fully paid for by loan by Jamie Resnick. And it's really, really embarrassing that I have to be public about it. Because the reality is that my boys deserve to know that it is never okay to ever justify taking someone else's money, no matter what the circumstances you believe are. And I will be the first person to get rid of any and all judgments or any type of mysterious debts against me. And part of the book of Daniel, look at how beautiful that is. And this is the inn that it looks like now. And my goal was to parlay the sale of the Phillipsburg property and for my wife and I to invest in something like this. And I took her with me, and those black and white floors, and I showed her the process, and I showed her everything about commercial real estate, and I taught her about it. But rather than doing a project with me, she chose to utilize everything she knew to stab me in the back. And this is last year, exactly 1 year ago, and I really thought that, this is Daniels Road, I really thought that we were past the point of, look at how fat I was. I was 25 pounds more overweight than I am now, but still I'm overweight right now. And these are some beautiful cat. I nicknamed her the Doja Cat, and that's Morty. He came with us. There's Pierce and Drake, and this is who I am. Like, I'm not really sure what people are actually reading or believing in, but I lived a very private, personal life up until the point where I had to disclose my personal life. And this is a beautiful woman who I share a beautiful life with.
There for your cups. Okay, so this one
Take
here.
them out for the picture in front of the shack. Oh, that was easy.
Yeah, that's why it's funny. That would have been a good picture. We're gonna.
Do you like fill it up?
Yeah, this is what we do.
Look
I
at
didn't
this.
realize this one was a little low.
Bill, thank you so much, boys.
Yes,
you say thank
absolutely.
you.
Glad you guys came.
It's a pleasure.
really
like,
It's a pleasure drinking.
This is we enjoy.
Drinks.
I said
having-
they'll never see this.
You know, we have people come here from all over the world.
Yeah.
You know, isn't that amazing?
I know. I think it's an awesome thing that you do,
And people-
education-wise.
And we like to introduce it to everybody along with our, because we take pride.
Well,
in what we
stuff
do.
like this you only really see these days on YouTube. It's very hard to actually go to these types of places because people like you very rarely maintain your art and
Here, open
craft.
up.
As how about your kids? Your kids aren't into this?
They don't help out.
Oh my God!
This is so good.
So this is the Amber Rich.
This is so good.
Okay.
Thank you,
This is so
thank you, Mr.
good.
Bill.
Oh my god.
It's like so nostalgic and like
Oh my god.
Nostalgic.
it's so
a real,
good.
real
It's like
maple
liquid
sugar.
candy.
Thank you so much.
And this is the difference between a real maple syrup.
Oh, it's
We
so
have
good.
to get this one.
We will.
Everything
Oh my
that
God.
comes off.
It's so good.
The trash right over there.
I could see why he wanted pancakes and waffles.
I know. I want pancakes and waffles tomorrow with
Do you
this.
think maple syrup's better cold or warm?
Rather than focusing on the negative, this is one of the best experiences that we've had as a family. One of the reasons for that is because we were under financial strain at the time, only cash-wise, and that allowed Mallory and I to really focus on the boys and the family. And I get a little choked up because I paid for that hat. I paid for everything, actually. And the loan that was given to myself and Mallory was predicated on a property that I had owned that she had agreed to. Well, this is already the second time she did this to me, so That's why I think that I'm an idiot. Look at how beautiful Pierce is. And I do the best I can to provide for my family. And the experiences I give are not just visceral, they're educational. And I think it's, man, this is why this is a practice of Daniel's book, the Book of Daniel, because the emotional aspect of being able to look at the photographs of the beauty of the life that you worked your whole life to create. This Drake, my beautiful boy. And this man took us around the entire. Those are all different types of flavorings because they do them in batches. And Mal and the boys were really happy. And Drake is always underdressed and arguing with Mal, but that's my life. That's what I knew. And then all of a sudden, when I couldn't handle being assaulted in the background, that's me teaching the boys poker or blackjack. This is me teaching boys blackjack. And I think that, like, it's very, very important for kids to learn applied mathematics in the form of games because it teaches them to engage further into the math without actually recognizing that they're learning math. At the same time, there are many, many people that are intimidated by gambling because their inability to do math and their fear of being honest with their children, expressing to them that there's nothing wrong with responsible gaming. There's nothing wrong with an industry that makes money on responsible gamers. The issue is that when people believe that they can beat the house by any form whatsoever and do not recognize that all gambling is supposed to be for entertainment purposes. And as you can see, Pierce is very carefully watching, and not having a male role model that understands how to do this is really, really detrimental to my kids. And this is, I don't know, some random menu picture. This is a beautiful inn that we stayed in, the Arlington Inn, and we had an amazing bed and breakfast experience every single day. And the boys ate healthy, and everyone was happy. And I teach the boys brain games, and I'm able to play chess and multiple games at the same time. And I have, man, this is really, really hard. I'm really, really sorry, boys, that this all happened because Dad's really smart, and I'm sorry I couldn't handle it anymore. I know that if I took the beatings longer, these memories would have continued. And I'm really, really sorry, guys. I went as long as I humanly could. This is who I am. This is the real me. This is February 2025. I spent my whole life being this human. But when stories are invented about me and the truth cannot come out, see, numbers are very important to me. Not because I am in badly need of a manicure. And this is I always thought that we were in Bromley, and it was a great experience. We only ended up skiing once because the cost was too much. It was $900. I don't know why there's a random basketball picture. Oh, Drake, that's why. This is Angel Reese, another coincidence. And the boys are absolutely beautiful. They're worth everything that I'm going through. I just want this pain to be over because there is no end in sight. And no matter how much, it's a food parfait, and that's me smoking a cigarette and being honest with the audience, because I've really cut down on my smoking, and by me cutting down on my smoking, it really has allowed me to look and see that I really enjoyed smoking cigarettes, but I saw that people who didn't really accept the reality of who I am can possibly not like it. And this is a selfie, just to show how normal, sane, able-bodied. It's a beautiful trailer that I will be getting, and essentially this is nothing more than a vignette of a story that I completely lost my shit on, that I tried to do the best I could to express. That there'll be over 4,000 of these chapters that include the best memories of my life, and I will be honest, I will be raw, and I will express to everyone that they can take a break in constantly looking. This is Rickon from Severed, and you can pause it if you want, just some good shit. This is my closet. This is just me expressing that I was in the best shape of my life, even though that I was significantly overweight. These are the boys getting ready. Safety has always been really important to me. Those are the new helmets. This was all done because of a loan that was given to me and Mal via Jamie via a fully agreed and documented set of terms that she is now completely denied in court, which is beyond humiliating. Let's go.
Hey, Doja Cat, wait for me. Wow, the best day, and we're leaving. They filled it with some shit. The nicest day, and we're leaving. Like, this is ski weather. This is ski weather. This would be so comfortable right now. We got to come back here. We got to find a better price for lift tickets at the end of the season. Do one more Vermont trip. Cheap. Try to make this guy give me a free room.
To wrap this chapter up, I just wanted to show everyone the reality of this is Daniel D. Look, it's just, I take a lot of photographs is the point of this, is that not everything that I take means something. And this is the way ice is the most optimally made. And within a few days of the ski trip, I broke my nose and was not able to breathe. And the breaking of the nose, as well as a serious sinus infection, allowed my wife to invent stories that I was on drugs, when in reality I had a broken nose, which was a direct result of stress and kids yelling, and I walked into the side of a door, and it hurt like hell. But in reality,
Personas que, like, niños gusta esto. You know what I mean? All the things that you find annoying, and my wife is like, oh my God. Kids love that. And what are you doing? Why are you so skinny? Are you okay? You lost a lot of weight.
No, no, okay.
Yeah, you lost a lot of weight.
Sick.
Yeah, you sick? En cabeza?
La cabeza.
That's a, no.
Mucho dolor.
No, seriously. You still have like a round face, but your body is like half it was. You know, because like I see you only behind the counter. So, like, now I see you, like, the full thing. I'm like, damn, Fatima, you lost a lot of weight, man. Get some, yeah, I remember everything. Just get some food here. You know, they give you a discount or something. You like to cook? Tu hondureño? El Salvadoreño?
Salvadoreño. No,
Sí, lo siento.
¿Y tú?
Americano. But Rosia es mi país.
Oh, Rusia.
Sí, Rusia. ¿Se comprendió? Anyways, no habla nada con mi esposa. Muchas gracias, tu trabajo muy bueno y continuamente tu dieta it's a trabajo bien. What's so funny, Fatima?
Okay.
Like what? No, seriously.
Okay.
All right, okay. Everything good? Have a nice weekend. Be safe, Fatima. That's my homegirl.
Anything else?
Fucking Mal tells Fatima to say hi to me. I'm like, don't say shit, Fatima. Yeah, these are the best plums ever. You got to get like double bag that shit. These are my favorite plums. My dad used to love these also. I love them. You know, your oven has a dryer mode. Jamie, did you know that you can dry? These are great if you guys get these and you don't eat all of them, put them in the oven at 150 degrees and they dry up to be the best dried fruit you could imagine. Just throwing that out there.
You want me to fill up a bag?
No, double bag it and yeah, fill that shit up. After these young ladies and young men pass. Jamie. And then I think these tangerines just called your name. I heard them. They said, Jamie, Jamie, buy me Jamie.
He heard it too.
I know. I told you, life is very, very short to stare at your cell phone. Jamie, I also would appreciate if you get 2 of each pairs, so you have 2 pairs.
2 pairs of pears.
Yeah, 2 pairs of pairs. Not 3 pairs of pairs. To just throw the whole thing off.
Yeah. This looks like, is this gonna be
This is hazelnut and dark chocolate. Get both of these.
yeah,
All right.
like your style.
I got to get this.
We have 2 of those.
We do have this
Yeah,
already?
yeah.
Okay.
That was after.
I need
visit
some
number
heavy cream.
4, I believe. I'm not kidding.
Trancata. I want to get this. All right. Do we have any loose tea?
I don't believe so.
Do they sell loose tea here? All right, so that won't be happening here. Hey Jamie, how's your nut game?
It's pretty bad right now.
It's low.
It's pretty bare.
All right, I hear you. So let's step up. I'm not your father. We could
Yeah, but
just
like,
get
you know, you're
apricots.
usually in charge of the car.
I'm a Nazi when it comes to like
I don't know if it's a luxury item or.
luxury items. No, my goal is to like look at this. Gummy bears, $3.50.
get
How do you go wrong? Exactly. Like, you know,
That'd be fun. I'll eat
like
all of it.
I don't know how much these prunes are. Do you have prunes in the
I
house?
actually think we do.
I'm a big prune fan.
We have fruit.
I feel like it's like coconut chips. These are good for various cereals and things like that. And then, I mean, $2, you can't go wrong with that.
Can't go wrong.
You can't go wrong.
Basically giving us
Slight.
Oh, those I like.
Yes,
These
get
are
these.
fantastic.
They're
Oh, I
basically
bet you
paying you
could make
money to
something
take it.
good with this. You ever made an almond cake?
No.
I think you should.
I've been really busy working and making money, and had a live-in nanny and a wife. No, the Golden Jail was only, in recent. I picked it up as a hobby. Like if I were
The only
to
reason I
put
picked it
up
up
a
as a
profile,
hobby.
if I were to put up a profile for, gooseberry jam. This is actually very
It's gonna
good.
be on your dating profile.
It would be like avid.
You want to get this?
Yeah. Do you know what gooseberries are? They're amazing. Sometimes they have things like
So
that
wait,
here.
What's going on your dating profile? That you're
You know how
into
like people are
berries?
like avid skiers or avid whatever.
you're an avid
I'm an
jail
avid jail goer. I don't even make it to prison. I am, and the quantity of times. What I was basically telling you
I'll
is
pick you up. I'm in between.
the entire concept of. I bought this once. It's pretty good.
What is it?
It's like this. Like if you get heartburn and stuff like that, it's a very natural remedy. It's something I would try before I go onto medicine. $3 for yellow mustard.
Well, you've been
It either
having
sucks or is
heartburn.
really good. Let's see what the ingredients are.
How much is it?
Look at this. Distilled water, mustard, sea salt, and turmeric. This is all that mustard really is. I would buy this. Yeah, it actually doesn't... what about these grapes right here? Have you tried them? You try it. Let me know. Let me know. No good? No good. You see? No good. No good, Jim. No good. But can you get 2 more pairs of pears? If I get these 2 more... It's 4 pairs of 2 pairs of pears. So it's 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, 4 pairs. So it's 4 pairs of pears. Does that make sense? And that's it. And this is where we have to leave on top.
This is where
Going to a grocery store hungry is like winning at a casino. If you don't leave on
there's
top,
a 100% chance I'm eating one of those plums in the car. Yes,
these... I was about to say, you leave a casino when you're on top, and you just don't continue. Whenever you're hungry, avoid the cheese section. What, what just happened? This guy just take something? So what I was about to say was, the thing about jail, Jamie, is that
What is the thing about
there is like the formal prison system, which is the majority of what you see in the movies, whether or not it's a county or like state prison, federal prison. Those are like incarcerated inmates who know what's going on and their general. Did you even check?
What's the fourth
Did you even
pair
check
of
the plums?
pears?
There's 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, 4 pairs.
Oh, I didn't even see these. Red pears.
They're probably delicious.
I've never had a red pear.
Get 4 pairs.
Get 4 pairs
Four of
red
these.
pears. I think that's a
Yeah,
good
but pick
idea.
out good ones. Don't just like Jamie this shit. Pay attention. No, I do know. That's why, like, see that one right there? You just banged it right there. You could have that one. That's your pair. You gonna give it to someone else? Such an irresponsible shopper. No, I'm just kidding. You definitely don't take it. You know, I think fruit. There's no such thing as fruit karma. I think like when you don't take a piece of fruit,
Yeah.
like you're absolved of any karma.
You are.
Because think about the amount of variables and things that have happened before that fruit even hit the shelf. It's okay. You have enough. It's okay. Yeah. I see this
got
is
4.
it's already overwhelming task for you. That's
up. You
that was
are just
that's one of the
overwhelmed.
that's one of the reasons why I said, listen, I know what I'm dealing with over here.
Here we go.
All right, let's go to Fatima. Go to Fatima. Go to Fatima. Well, I mean, sometimes I say go to Fatima and you don't go to Fatima. Oh, hi. How are you? Long time no see. How are you, Fatima? ¿Cómo está? Long time no see.
See? I told you guys, there's nothing really that scary about me. I'm a normal person, relatively speaking, for the people that I love, and the standards that I've set for myself are very high. That is very true. But none of that is criminal. The way I've been treated is so wrong on so many levels that this, what you watch was barely a year ago. And yet my life has tumultuously changed over that time, where for a quarter of a century I was heralded, loved, and on the surface was respected. The reality is I was very much disrespected, and over the last, I want to say, decade or so, ever since my youngest son was born, I have been really, really seriously abused. It took a really long time for me to actually say it, and I've been ridiculed and made fun of by people that I have thought were my friends. I have had almost every single person I know turn their backs on me, all because I decided to stand up. I have been a victim of so many frauds and tortious interferences of my business that I have lost count, and I'm an amazing mathematician. So when I lose count, that means that it's really time to wrap these things up. So please understand that most likely you'll be seeing this video in the morning, right as I enter court, and I drop a mic after I'm done communicating, because what I have to say is so utterly life-shattering that there is no way. Wait a second, watch a little bit more.
Salvia, not for the first time.
Salvia
but
Demoforia.
like, if I wanted hash, which was great.
All right, here,
there,
Matt, here.
You never knew if
Try
you got
this.
hash or salvia. Except you did know, because salvia was...
So the weed was a big
Weed was really like salvia. I am a drug addict.
What? Matt, I don't think you're
Not
a
like a-
drug
not
addict. We are not doing drugs right now. Like, no, seriously. Like, we're not doing drugs.
no,
Can you just say that?
It's just a plant,
Oh my god.
but like...
Matt.
I don't...
Okay, so number 1 was.
All right,
you
Jamie.
enjoyed the-
Just the
Thank you.
some of this has to... You need the, like, torch to, like...
Matt, can you just dive into this thing? Oh, here's the beet and goat cheese salad. Here's
Well,
additional
are we gonna
sauce.
bring this in the other room, or are we eating it here?
Well, I would
Straight
like.
up, stand
Well,
it.
we should bring it into the other room. Wait, hold on a second.
So,
'Cause, like,
Number
I need to know if
two.
I'm ready. Okay.
Oh my god.
I went...
I abandoned
Huge-
my
what's
son.
become a corporation called Abraham Hostels.
Is this a joke?
Out of Jerusalem. No. But one of the owners, Moise, he owns a little hostel.
This
out
is a
of
true story?
Nazareth, Israel.
What are you
You know-
saying with
It
that
does
accent?
what?
Well, there's so
And?
many reasons. Because
So what happens at this
Right.
hospital that you found it to be one of
And-
your top 3 moments?
Well, his parents were killed in the raid of, what was it, October 7th?
Of this year?
No, when it was like,
I don't know.
nobody knows this Israel Gaza. Remember when like Gaza killed Israel?
No.
No.
There was a
Matt,
raid.
let's just eat the shawarma instead of having a holy war. We can take it to the other room.
Alright, so these cutscenes that allow me to express just how much I love firewood and my general demeanor of being a kind human being whose goal is not to hurt anyone. It is only to help. And my willingness to help strangers, sometimes above the ones that expect me to help them, is one of the main reasons why my wife and I have had such a strong disagreement. As you clearly see in the video, we went to Vermont with the kids without a single issue, and that was one of the best vacations I've ever had in my life, because even though we were dealing with financial issues, we bonded a lot as a family. It was a beautiful snowy set of conditions where there was no one around, and we had a chance to be with ourselves as a family. And we have an amazing, beautiful family, and no one can ever take away my memories, and no one can ever take away the reality of how hard I've worked.
Let's go ahead and take this bad boy. Now. Okay, here we go. Therapy through lock splitting. Avoiding smoking cigarettes while at the same time exerting physical activity. Let's see if it'll work. Here's to positive thinking. Whoa! Oh my God. Holy moly. Well, positive thinking sometimes is too positive. Well, I guess it goes to show you that sometimes my thoughts are really powerful. And when I think positively, no, I mean, like, I can't really take credit for something like this. Because it's a direct result of physics, moisture, but I really was thinking about having something really epic happen. And this is red oak. It splits beautifully, and my goal is to show basically how not only have I grown as a human being, because this is my channel and my goal is to express to everyone that they too can find their center. And we live in a world where, you know, just a few years prior to everything that happened in my personal life, I was unfortunately involved in a tragedy where I witnessed, not directly but indirectly, a human being lose their child. And that really put everything into perspective for me. It really made me understand just how valuable time is, and how, as long as my children are really safe, the mind games that are played with me will only backfire, like this wood that backfired. I mean, I'm still mesmerized by the first thing that happened, and if you think that I did something to set that up, you clearly don't really understand that it's literally impossible. But I was thinking super positively, and voila, which is French for here you go. Now I'm mesmerized by, and like, you don't need to have massive logs. I realized that I was splitting them too small because I really like the way and appearance and optics are definitely really important, but I think that time, see, like this log, I would make it a little bit smaller because it's right here and it's interesting for me. I've been trying to learn about the angles because you're never going to get, my goal is to work with tree companies, and I picked a very talented young tree company that I really like the guy. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that, and there's a ton of potential, not only in the tree business, but the fringe of the tree business, which I'll maximize, but not as a for-profit. It's really a hobby of mine. If I'm able to turn a profit, that's amazing, just like what I just saw. But the profit is from Cash Cow, ProSlay, and Microbank, as well as mainly my real estate, which unfortunately I'm going to have to fight and claw my way through, because being a victim of some of the, well, I mean, it gets cooler and cooler every single time. What am I supposed to do, There are people who spend a lot of money editing their videos and trying to make them look cool. I think what you just saw is pretty freaking rad. So let's see. And like, I read these things that are said about me being on drugs and all these things, and I don't even have a chance to really respond to them. I just have to say, like, I'm not sure if the people that are accusing me have any experience with drug addicts or not, but I assure you drug addicts don't spend their days filming content, splitting firewood, and like, yeah, I haven't posted a lot of it because my goal is to first make sure that my children are okay and my income stream is stabilized so that I can maintain the expenses that I have. But when I'm fighting a current that is virtually impossible to overcome, which really stems from I don't want to say misunderstanding, but the lack of understanding is the best way for me to put it, because I'm trying to do the best I can to, obviously this channel, I don't want any direct communication or indirect communications, because that's really something that's very, very scary, that out of the thousands of hours of content that I publish, the few sentences that I say that, I thought in my wildest dreams never would anyone who is in law enforcement or in charge of
The true nature of what you are seeing and what you will see is the real Daniel M. Reeses. I have a friend, or someone who I thought was a friend. His name is Chris. Chris created a social media platform or something along those lines. And what's really interesting about it is he and I are very similar, except for one main big difference, is that I am 100% original and he is not. He is a good guy, great father, pretty good friend overall, has really maintained a true semblance of continuity as much as he could, and when push comes to shove, he's been there. In the most critical moments, he has not, but please understand that human beings simply cannot devote 100% of their life to a relationship that they do not believe in. I believe in my friendship, but he does not. That being said, one of the things that I found to be very fascinating about Chris is that the social media app that he created requires basically human beings to describe their daily feelings. Just one second, wait, watch this.
in charge of reviewing the allegations, whatever, not only take serious, but would ignore the First Amendment, ignore the content, ignore the context, and just simply go and isolate the few things that they don't like. And I guess that's why splitting firewood I found to be so, I love the word cathartic, but I don't know what it means, so I guess I'll use it. But I hope I'm using it correctly. And that's one of the brilliant things about understanding you're not a Native American, language speaking, not a Native American. No, I'm not a Native American. I'm not a native American language speaking. Well, I guess that's why it's called the English language, because Native American really just means Indian. But here we go. I don't know, like, I to me, the people that lived in America when I came to America are Native Americans. You know, even immigrants that came before me in the immigration process are Native American to me, because they were native to America when I came to the United States. And being an immigrant has always been one of my favorite parts. What an incredible amount of wood one of these logs makes. Can we just talk about that for a second? Like, I don't even need to make these that much smaller. I'm curious if I could even, if this will fill this entire bin. This might not split. This one I'm being a little bit greedy in my, if it does, I'll be very happy and surprised, but, I mean, it's good enough, but like, you could see that it wasn't this should be interesting. Now, this is where, as Joey said in the Friends episode, the buffet, that's where I make my money back. I mean, it's a double entendre, because Phoebe's name is Phoebe Buffet, and whatever, I don't know how many Friends episodes there are, Friends fans out there. But here at Joey's place, you know, you could do a lot what you can't do at Mom's house. And, well, all right. Let's not end this on a bad note. Let's end this on a positive note. Let's split the rest of these. And going through the entire process and watching me do it should really give you an understanding that, first and foremost, if you've ever had a passion in life, please do yourself a favor. Calculate the amount of time you have left on this earth and see if it's worth another day to not pursue your dreams. Because it's not possible. And the reason why I don't do motivational speaking is not because I don't want to do it or because I'm not good at it. My own life sucks, but, you know, I can give really good advice to people. I guess that's what a motivational speaker really does, but no, my own life sucks because I really have put a lot of faith and trust into people who I never in a million years would do the things that they're doing. And I guess that there's like a comedy element to this, because essentially my fears and everything I've thought were going to happen actually happened. And when that happens, and you've spent your entire life being the recipient of negative criticism and arguments, and in front of your own eyes, you not only see your own mother rob you of the fruits of your labor and everything that you worked your ass off, and then within less than half a decade later, you experience the same thing from your wife, who is the mother of your children. And I really love my boys. I think that if somebody wants to say that I went crazy, I think that they just never met me before. I'm a very passionate person. I think being passionate is a good thing in a world of dead human beings. And I also think that that passion is not only contagious, it's repulsive, depending on who you are as a person. So if you find yourself to be in competition with me or jealous of me, it's very hard for you to exist in a world where someone like myself is able to make living life into not only an art form, but being good at living life as a true measurement to who they are as a human being. While at the same time, you know, a lot of people are just simply not able to verbalize the truth because the fear of being labeled as not humble or going against the grain. And I think that's one of the reasons, another reason why I love splitting firewood is that I go with the grain. But in life, I guess my entire mantra is I'm able to split firewood by going against the grain. And many people find that to be socially disturbing. I know that for a fact that there are people who are in support of what I'm doing and want to reach out, but they're so gripped with fear. And I simply just say, peace. You know, I love you guys. But what I do is not for the faint of heart. It is not. So I have to flip this through. And like, trial and error is a big, big part of the therapeutic process of splitting firewood. especially for someone like myself who has always been at the mercy of instant gratification. I want everything now, I want it quickly. I never understood the value of perseverance and structure until the last.
The daily feelings, just the idea of being able to talk about my feelings in the morning is exhausting, let alone doing this as a commitment for a decade or 2 decades. And it looks that the way almost all motivational platforms work is that you have to look, quote, within yourself. I, on the other hand, do not do that. I put myself out there so you can learn directly from me. Rather than making the same mistakes that I have made, recognize that it has taken me a very long time to accept reality. And the reality is that I simply was not loved to the standard that I expected. There's nothing wrong with that. There's something wrong with people who don't understand that I understand.
Until the last 8 months, and I spent it in virtually isolation because although Jamie is an amazing friend, she is not my wife. I'm not in a relationship with her, and we do make a really, really good team when it comes to work, and we do a really good job at fooling the majority of people into believing there's something nefarious going on, which, in reality, as being consenting adults, and you'll see, well, not you particularly, because my boys are going to see this channel, and there's a big part of my life that I don't want to be exposed to my children. But when they were raised in a household where their father was routinely beaten, and they became so used to it that they didn't see it as a big deal, that became a really big problem for me, you see. And once I started to really talk about it, that's when my issues started, is because nobody wants to see a beautiful woman beating the shit out of I'm not a very good looking guy, but whoa. Now, all right, fine. I'm okay looking, all right? Whatever powers that just did this. No, I'm just kidding. I believe in physics, and I believe that any damage done to this property is my responsibility because, done by me is my responsibility. The landlord has been very absentee in the process of communication with the tenant, and I am nothing more than a guest here. I'm humbled by being allowed to utilize this space for my therapeutic needs, and since I'll be doing a lot of motion practice as well as communication with the court, I do prefer a fireplace to be running in the background, and that's one of the things that I really miss about my boys. I love taking care of them and making them really cozy with a fire, and I don't just make these stories up. I'm I'm a pretty good dad. I think about it, and I'm thinking to myself, like, if I was a kid, I would really be missing my father, who takes care of a lot of things that needed to be taken care of. And now that I'm out of their life, like, who is their role model? Is there some sort of an invented surrogate that my wife has replaced me with? So I don't think that people really quite understand that what I'm talking about are the very same issues that cause men or women who are by force or illegal means separate from their children to really go into a state of ultimate depression, which is or even worse, suicide is a serious problem in the United States, and I believe that people don't really discuss that the culminating facts to suicide. And now, I've never had suicidal thoughts, but I do need to recognize that I look at the circumstances that I'm facing, and I think about what would an average human being do, and I truly don't know, because as a very strong-willed individual with significant resources in the field of communication and my ability to speak, even I am at the mercy of unlawful and illegal court orders. So you know, my only resource that I'm lacking is money, and I believe that that is nothing more than a byproduct of circumstances, of criminal activity that has gone unchecked for so long that it's become virtually a routine practice for people to commit crimes against me and for nothing to actually happen. Well, other than me being arrested for it, obviously. That's a routine process. And I've only seen this stuff in the movies. I've never even heard about it. I read the news, and what a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful splitting log. And as you can see, this is more than enough firewood for me to complete what I need to do. And my outdoor fireplace is good, but at this time we're still going to take advantage of the cool northeast. If you're watching this outside of the northeast, please understand that New Jersey gets a really bad reputation. One of the reasons why I really love New Jersey is because of the Four Seasons. Not the hotel, but the actuality of living in a climate. All right, these are good to go. I just need to split these. This one is too big. This one is already gotten some rot on the bark. And then, as you can see, the red oak is a super, super strong wood that's designed to be a consistent source of smoking. Mailman, that's a federal agent and a federal employee. Not all federal agents are federal employees, and not all federal employees are federal agents. Little known fact. Just throwing that in there. Whether or not you care, it's up to you. All right, let's see. So this should give us enough of a quarter split. All right. So this, as you can see, this is what you really want. This one still, I still can do a little bit better.
See, look at how good I am at splitting logs. Yet, splitting up has never made me feel more down. And splitting down is really the way that people should describe splitting up. Because I've never met anyone that truly feels up after a split. But in the American language, paradoxes, juxtapositions, and general oxymorons are a standard of communication. They're not just puns. When heralded in basic language, there is a lot of laughter in what I say because I'm very literal. So people attributed, ever since I've had children, to something called corny dad jokes. The reality is, I've been corny my whole life. Look, who else except a really corny man does things like this?
So, as you see, we started with a giant half piece of red oak, and we're finishing with a significantly broken down, perfectly split, and very curious. Hello! All right, here we go. Cool. Bow, bow, bow. Oh yeah. Terry Smith. Here we go. This should give us what we need. Well, we got that, but we want to still, once again, it's my greed, my lack of ability to stop a task until it's completed. Whew. That'd be cool if I was able to get that right in there. So we only have one piece left, and then a full cleanup, and you know, cleaning up is very important. I also like to take images of any damage. There's been no damage really done here, but I am super mindful. And as someone in the real estate business, I never want to be in a position where, and I like, look, my goal is to, like I said, purchase this home as a annex for the business aspect, and so that Jamie can really fulfill her abilities to be a mother. That's the only reason that she is in this environment right now, is because she wanted to stay in the Livingston School District, and truthfully, it's nobody's really business, but it is awesome that we live in a country where I gotta go. Now let's test out some white oak. This carpet here, it's for Drake's joint underneath so that it's safe for customers. But it has to be fully fumigated, dried. All right, here we go.
And as you can see, the true nature of who I am lies within your perception of me, not the other way around. My name is Daniel M. Rieses, and I hope you've enjoyed a little bit of misdirection while I had to work my ass off and get the true nature of the filings done so that me and my family are fully protected before the content goes up that will shatter the internet. My name is Dan Rieses. I hope everyone gets a good night's sleep. Rest tight and don't let the bed bugs bite.
All right, here's the positive thinking. Greenwood such as this is very difficult to split unless you have good vibes. Wow. This is like out of a log splitting commercial. But ultimately, me not having my axes and mauls, really I don't get the full therapeutic process of it. Although it does look cool on video. But that's not my goal. My goal is to be transparent and honest. Look at this. Let's see if I could just hit it right here. As Borat says, great success. All right. Same thing. Let's keep it together while keeping it separated. Couldn't have scripted it better myself. Now we have one final piece, and as you can see, this took less than 3 minutes because it takes practice. There's the videos before I practice a lot about how to do this, and I was able to figure out how to place the logs so they don't, they don't just crumble. This one won't work because that little piece, but I already started it, so I figured it might make a cool video. It worked well enough. This one needs to be flipped because the point of contact needs to be on a solid surface of more than 50% of the total circumference of the point of impact. I know, physics, stupid shit. 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, most people didn't pay attention. It's not that I paid attention, I just knew the subject matter, but if you were to be interested in it, you should have paid attention. That's all I'm saying. So this is a very, very therapeutic process. I highly, highly recommend this above many other things that like Tai Chi. I've heard of people doing Tai Chi to relax. I don't know how doing something like Tai Chi, which is infuriating to me, and like, look, I understand the concept of doing things that are the opposite of what you're comfortable with. A perfect day to split firewood. Now my machine's on, which is the first time Pro Slay is fully activated in its current capacity, which yesterday I got really hurt badly by taking one of these logs and pulling it back and having my thumb inside of it and stripped all the skin off. So I have to be extremely careful and be very mindful. But essentially, I'm curious how much wood can a woodchuck chuck? No, I'm kidding. How much firewood am I able to split while the motions that are being done in the background are done? And I'm curious because, see, I want to get a standard size of a log. So this is going to be the standard size, and sometimes they're going to be smaller just so I can manage them a little bit better. But essentially, as you can see, the wet oak is because I covered it with a carpet to test out the moisture content to see if wet wood splits better, like they say, as long as it's dry on the inside. So this one was ready to go, and what you want to do is you want to be mindful of the fact that there's kindling and then there's firewood. And when you have small logs like this, the thickness of the log needs to be put into perspective, that you want to get thicker logs. You don't want to be replacing logs every 2 seconds. And I'm gonna show you that this one split really well. Ow, my injury actually really hurts. But let's see how it continues to split. So in case you're ever wondering, this Built Hard machine is definitely recommended by me so far. And I recommend getting the 2-year warranty, because essentially for $40 you make sure that your entire interest in the product is protected throughout the lifetime of the 2 years. And realistically, I mean, look, you're investing $400 total. With shipping and everything, taxes might be a little bit more, but how much more than 2 years worth of daily use do you expect from a product? So as you can see, I'm keeping them on the larger side so that they go in as basically like little bullets inside of the smoker. And it's a really beautiful day, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. Today is Sunday, and it's interesting to see what's inside of these things. So this is obviously some form of an organism that converted the core of the wood, but when it's smoked, dried, and that's another reason why seasoning is really important. You want to make sure.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Daniel M. Reeses, and I hope you've enjoyed the episode. Please understand that this little thing right here, it's nothing at all. With me is my co-host Jamie.
Hi.
Jamie, hello. Say hello.
Hello.
And Jamie is camera shy because of the recent unlawful court orders that have been placed. But please understand that I will be rocking this mustache for the next few days while there are a few legal matters that we must address. Now, once this mustache comes off, then it's all business. But while it's why is it so funny?
Because
Jamie thinks that the mustache is very, very funny. Me personally,
I love the stash. It cracks me up.
it's a way to address an alter ego. Personally, I think that I don't look horrible, but I don't look that great. I assure you that this mustache is nothing more than facial hair. It does not mean that I'm a used car salesman, an out-of-work porn actor, or the
truth comes out.
or some sort of a police officer that's very confused. I want everyone to understand that this is how you rock a mustache. You have to first wolf it out and then make a complete change, and then that's it. You've got a mustache. Now, I don't know how long I'm going to last, but I'm going to try to do it more than the previous record that I had, which was about 1 week. Now, one thing I want to address to everyone. Wait, I have some more.
I don't even think you lasted.
I have some more cut segments.
Anything that's alive in the product dies out during the seasoning process because it no longer has a host and a living form of food and a source. So the seasoning process is not just important to avoid creosote and the buildup of the chimney soot. So now I'm very mindful. This is, like I said, this is how I got hurt. But here, what's interesting is, like, I prefer to keep the log as much together as I can until the final split, because you get things like this where you get a much more natural split. And as you can see, that was a quarter of a log. That wasn't even a full log. The full log, I'm going to need my neighbor's help. My neighbor Brian, he's a teacher at a private school. He's actually a principal, he's not even a teacher. And he's just one of those guys that really understands the importance of family life, maintaining. He's a great family guy. I always see him barbecuing and hosting, and he's just one of those guys that I always tell everyone that if you go into a world of trying to compete with me, you're going to find yourself in a deep, dark place. But if you exist in your own capacity and have your own right of will, like Brian does, you'll be extremely happy. And I get motivated by people like that, because why else would I continue doing these projects that put my life at risk if I'm not doing it for people like Brian, who loves firewood. Everybody knows firewood is expensive. Even the delivery of the firewood is really not something that I'm a big fan of, because they do a sloppy job. They just dump it out. And by maintaining each and every piece, so this should be really cool. This, I pre-split it on the backside on 6 different angles, so this should really deliver. Kind of thought that it would start to fall apart. Oh, there you go. Let's try to split this one, as you can see. This is one of the weirdest logs I will ever split, or I've ever split. I don't think it'll work. Wow, this is an interesting product. I gotta hit this up a little bit. I'm gonna take a break on this one. Let's see. Well, actually, if there is any form of logic, if we take the weight and use the machine's core balance principle and reimagine the shape of the log to be 2 logs that are not done right. Let's see what happens if I can just use my imagination. Wow. Let's keep going. And it worked. See, conventional wisdom would say that this is an impossible log to split. But if you take your moment and actually consider that perhaps you're looking at the project incorrectly, then it actually was relatively easy to split, because I was able to utilize the natural dynamics of, and here we reverse nature and bring it back into 2, where it became originally 1, as it fused together or split up, whichever way you want to put it. And that's the brilliance. So as you can see, what went from an impossible log to split went to 2 very clean, well, it's the point of contact of this. Please remember, the work is done by the wedge. This is the simple machine that does all the work. This is nothing more than the hydraulic piston that increases the pressure. I'm proud of myself. I am. It was a difficult challenge to overcome. Anyone that's watching this that knows anything about log splitting knows that what I've done is extremely difficult to do. Splitting a log like that using a machine like this is nothing more than the necessity of what I've had to do by not having my splitting mauls, which I would have been able to.
Ladies and gentlemen, one thing you need to remember is that I do not make my money splitting firewood or making barbecue or any of that stuff. I am a commercial real estate developer who has harnessed the power of applied mathematics in conjunction with both tax law, litigation strategy that is avoidable should you structure your business entities in a certain manner, which pretty much guarantees that nobody will fuck with you. And essentially these disciplines and sciences I had to really master and perfect prior to launching my business concepts. See, the mustache really does make it look so much more serious. I've gone through absolutely hell. I have not seen my children for 8 months. It is not because of this mustache, but I do know that the boys go crazy and they hate the mustache. Maybe they like it, I'm not really sure, but essentially this is what it is. Over the next few days, wait, I need another cut segment.
Is it me, or is this one of the most beautiful splits that you could possibly imagine? Am I like, you know, a lot of people like to make joke out of mental health and call me crazy, but am I crazy to think that this is some of the most... Oh, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you gotta think fast, on your feet. Hopefully it hooks in before the pressure decreases. I was able to do it. It was able to do it. So now it has enough of a base. Now it has enough of a base and... Thought I was slick, right? No. Nature is also really humbling when you look at the years that it took to make this product and how quickly it's able to be broken apart. It really speaks a lot to the metaphor that is so glaringly obvious. Let's just go ahead and make this easy on everybody. Like a band-aid. There you go. Now you're able to see. Hopefully, I don't think it's gonna hit it right. Oh, it did. I like to be wrong and right at the same time. That's why I love the log splitter. My hypotheses are constantly proven right by the actions that I take, but my words are proven wrong because I prove myself wrong as to the abilities of myself. Oh. It's not gonna get it, it's too wet. Yeah, I got it. But this one, oof, that's a beauty. Now it's all about how it takes. How will it take? Let's take a look. No, it's not gonna take. We're gonna have to readjust this. And it's a really, really beautiful day. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change my shirt to something that's a little bit less lumberjack and more functioning. And get rid of this bead of sweat. Wow. What a beautiful day to be alive. Boys, I miss you more than anything. That'll fix everything as always. Ladies and gentlemen, please, this is the world's first movie that's in real life. Enjoy it. Before I went in, I had to do, what the fuck is this? I have to do my most ambitious log yet. It was calling my name. It's about a 70-pound quarter log. Imagine the size of this tree. Whoa! Glad I did that outside. Holy moly. You know how dangerous it is to be around a 70-pound piece? And I promise you it weighs all 70 of that pound. Alright, so I have to think like a fox, not like an ox on this one. Alright. Let's see if I can get this done. At least this. Before I go in. And some pieces I need my splitting maul. I can't do anything about it. As you can see, this one has ants on it. Booyakasha. So the ants were on the outside, and that has to do with the carpet. Now that is awesome. And this is about a 20-pound log, so this is still 50 pounds of weight that need to be redistributed and sliced up. And then I'll be able to go in and change, knowing that I have this one under control. Couldn't do it. See? The wet part. But if we take one very strong log that has a really strong base, let's see what happens. Well, we're able to undo it, but are we able to do it is the question. Do it, Hansel. Ah, what a beautiful breeze. This is great exercise. It also, like, as people invent stories of phantom drug use that I don't even know what the hell they're talking about, my goal here is to quit smoking, and I'm able to successfully do it by utilization of... I'm gonna need to go a little bit further on this one. Splitting of wood is not what people think it is. To each different person, it's its own activity. That means something significantly different. So to me, safety first. Steel toe boots, gloves, still get hurt. Okay. Wow. Now this pretty much, I own this piece of wood. So I'm gonna go ahead and change. And
Look, it's no secret. I've had a very hard time sleeping, and I've had 4 colon cancer related surgeries conducted by the head of the oncology department, Dr. Anna Saror of the Englewood Medical Center, classified not under cancer. Thank God, you know, who wants to be known as having cancer? But when people ask me whether or not I've had it, rather than going into the misdiagnosis and the series of stories of how it all happened, which I'll be glad to go into tomorrow. Jamie, you want to find out how a young man in his mid-30s is hospitalized and almost killed because of the negligence of the Atlantic Medical Group. The entire medical group is negligent, and I did not sue them. And the reason why I say this is because when a human being suffers such a catastrophic, life-altering injury due to the negligence of doctors and they opt not to sue, I did the research, I spoke to an attorney, I went through the process, but I chose not to litigate. So to be accused of being litigious, overly litigious, or someone that tries to, God forbid, benefit from the civil liberties that I am awarded under something called due process and utilization of that process in order to just get my stuff back. I'm not even trying to make any money over here, Jamie. I'm just trying to get my stuff back. Wait a second, here's another cut segment.
this definitely cuts the chud. Look, maybe if people watched a little bit more television, I wouldn't look as insane as I do, because I make a lot of references. Like, for example, for Rick and Morty, like, Rick and Morty is one of my favorite shows of all time for so many different reasons, but essentially, like, cut the chud is a reference to Rick and Morty, not something that you think it is. See, this is why I wear steel-toed boots, and this is a relatively dangerous job, but it's a very satisfying job. I mean, oof, look at this. Now, does this look like a face of a man who is dying inside because right now his kids are playing football and he's not able to watch them? No, but I am dying inside, and my hair must be crazy, and the reality is all I can do is prepare for the spring, make a shitload of money, and stop playing these games. I want to remind everyone I made $49 million legally for my mother. I have a real estate portfolio valued anywhere between $25 to $50 million, and I have $250 million. I'm going to repeat, $250 million of claims against various parties, third parties. So please, I apologize for being cash poor, but that is because I've taken care of every person I've ever loved, cared for, or done anything that anyone has asked me to do. For that, I am left broke, penniless, healthy, and restarting life. And I got a friend, which is really rare in these days. All right, let's take a look. Now we're back to life, back to reality. I mean, it's a big log. It's a beautiful split. This is how I got hurt yesterday. I stuck my finger in here. This came right apart. So I learned my lesson. But, you know, once again, geometry is always the key component here. So maybe we just need to follow through a little bit further. But by following through, it gives us the space that we need to give the extra piece. Ooh. As predicted, as planned, as executed. Always remember, just because you don't understand me, that doesn't mean I'm not speaking. Just because you don't get my plan doesn't mean I don't have one. I'm already 1/5 of the way done through this. And I haven't even started preparing all the wood I need for my business. I can't do that until I get my splitters back. And my axes. As you can see, axes and X's are very different. Especially O's. Oh yeah. Lumberg. The oh yeah references to Lumberg. That's how I got hurt last time. See how it closes up. Never stick your fingers in between a log that's not fully split up. It could really hurt you. It could hurt me. Learn from my mistakes. Learn from my injuries. But learn how to do things safely. Wow, look how much wood I was able to do just in an afternoon. And as you can see, Jamie's out. She's getting something. That's very important, and tomorrow is a really important day, and I know most of you think that I've been playing games, but I've been preparing for something very, very, very important. Oh, there she is. Gotta go. Duty calls.
All right, so one thing that you'll find out from me is that I do not edit my content. That's extremely important. I have set several world records that I don't even want to acknowledge because I had to deal with something absolutely unbelievable in court yesterday, which is really traumatic. I needed to spend the entire, and having the fact that it was done the day before my father's birthday just shows how little care the adversary has for me. And my antithesis of my purpose is to spend this entire segment or time talking about the past. Please recognize that I have found a very healthy balance between recognizing that I have 25 awesome years and great memories that are mired in the last 6 to 10 years of absolute horror, which please remember that over the course of a very intense relationship, both things can be happening at the same time. That is where I blame myself, where I should have taken swift and immediate action at the first onset of domestic violence. I did not. I believe that I was stronger and I could overcome it. That is a huge mistake of mine. Jamie, how are you?
On that note.
On that note, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
All right. Well, since Jamie has too much to say, I'm going to go to the cut segment.
As you can see, as long as the log fits into here, and I had the time to dry it up, I'm able to split it. And a clean split is the point of all these videos. You want to have a clean split. Nobody wants to end up injured while splitting up firewood. The message is very, very clear, and that is safety first. But after that, split the fucking wood and move on with your life. That's it. This is the dangerous part right here. This thing can close up right on your hand. It's the part that they don't show you on YouTube. Well, as long as the pressure is not there, you're fine. Wow, that's a beautiful, beautiful log. Now that's something that's going to get split into smaller logs simply because, you know, you don't want to have that much green wood. See, this thing could easily come back So I'm just gonna push through using geometry, gemology. Just kidding. Obviously not gemology. I'm not a gemologist, but I'm in the jewelry business, so I know what the word gemologist means. And I'm not Ollie G. I don't pretend to be one. I don't do the my wife joke. Because my life, I should be my life. This is really what I should be saying. Honestly, I've lost so much focus, I don't even know if this is on. I'm so broke, I can't even pay attention. So,
Look, ladies and gentlemen, please recognize a few things. What I will be displaying to you over the next few weeks, just 2, will be some of the most jaw-dropping information and material you can imagine. I will wake up tomorrow morning and I will start my day the same way as it will start, hopefully for the rest of my life, which is a peaceful, calm cup of coffee, as well as a meeting regarding my entire day schedule. Whether or not it's a social agenda or something that is work-related, a morning meeting about what on earth is going on, as well as a wrap-up meeting at the end of the day, is not just a good business principle and practice. It's a healthy process to go through in a world of digital devices where human beings find themselves completely glued to whatever they want to look at in order to really escape the reality of both what's going on in their personal life as well as the trajectory of where their life is going should they not be able to put the phone down. Yet we find ourselves still addicted to the phone. I myself find myself using the cell phone as nothing more than an escape. I do not find myself addicted. As a matter of fact, I find myself annoyed at my cell phone because my cell phone is addicted to me. Now that joke is not from an original Dan Reese's Rolodex. That is from Jonathan Goldsmith, the most interesting man in the world, the Dos Equis commercial.
He is. I love those commercials.
Right. So I believe that in order for me to display or tell the world some of my most interesting stories. Now, what happened yesterday was a door was opened to challenge me, challenge my facts, challenge my history, and challenge everything that I've said. So rather than closing that door or not taking the opportunity, I would like to address directly some of the massively offensive and incorrect allegations that have been made towards me.
as I was saying, you know, there's Johnny Cash. I'm like his brother, No Cash. And then the truth is, I'm so broke I can't even pay attention. So I lose focus of these videos. This is not my material. I only have one joke. It's my dad's joke. I say it pretty well. I'll save it for one day if I'm ever stuck in front of a camera or on stand-up. Wow, look at this unbelievable knot that has been at the core of this. Now, how do we tackle this without destroying? Well, very simply, let's go down the center. Let's go down the center. We're gonna need assistance for the split because it's not gonna go through. So if we just put another block right here and push it through, it should, you know, theoretically, I think it's got to catch first. So let's flip it so that it matches the rails that it goes into. Yeah, that was enough, see? Less is more sometimes when it comes to splitting logs. And look at this bad boy. I don't even know where to begin with this one. I guess right here should be fine. And it'll be the same thing. I'm just gonna go right through the center with another piece. Unless I'm able to somehow catch it. Nah. It's the knot that I gotta go through. You know, like in a marriage, you tie a knot, you gotta get divorced, you gotta untie this knot. It's fucking impossible. Especially if you're married to a seaman who knows how to do a sailor's knot. Like in Austin Powers, he says, condoms. Those are from sailors. They're not just for sailors anymore. And he says, well, they ought to be. They go from port to port. This is just awesome. I think I'm just going to burn this as is and make it like a mega log once it's done. This, on the other hand, this I could definitely turn into smaller logs and utilize it, and this one as well. But that one I'm going to save until you get a really hot fire and you know you're going to guarantee, and you want to have a very impressive flame. You just do one of those. As you can see, I'm going to wrap up this segment and then go cook lunch. Oh man, gotta finish up on a strong note. Can't finish up. Wow, what a beautiful day. Spring really is here for anyone who is at all aware of anything going on outside of what they're staring at on their phone. But me, personally, I love nature. I'm excited for the barbecue season. You guys have no idea what I have planned. It's not just barbecue. It's a whole way. This is exactly what happened yesterday. I got really frustrated. It was the end of the day. I stuck my finger right in and it destroyed my hand. So this is ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Daniel M. Reeses. And as you can see, this is nothing. This too shall pass. No matter how bad you think your life is, the worst has already passed. And the best is yet to come.
Oh, I'm back.
See if my little system works. Full round. Oh, why not? Ended up killing two birds with one stone. I should be going in and cooking, but believe it or not, this is quite a satisfying activity. And once I started thinking about my boys and not being able to see them play football, all because somebody is trying to punish me for something that they're not allowed to be punishing me for. I have rights as a father that have been so violated. It's difficult for most people to even comment on without feeling the shame and the stigma of being involved in something like this. Me personally, I don't even know how they do it, but you know, if there are people in the community, well, you know what? I'm gonna grab some lunch, and I'm gonna, you know what? I've always been curious to see if there's enough force behind going against the grain. And when you're dealing with 7 tons of such a small piece, it should be enough because they're technically not even going against the grain. Wow. So you see the moisture build up before it breaks? That's Greenwood 101 right there. The moisture content makes it very both easy to split and unstable when you're cutting it. So when you're using a machine, it's not as safe as when you're using an axe or a splitting maul. And now that I have the perfect rounds, all I'm missing is my axes, which the Livingston Police Department simply refuses to give back to me. That's how much they either want them or have no concept. Oh, hey, Jamie. I didn't even know. Oh, that's very nice. You know, I gotta start wrapping it up. I mean, I realize I can't stop. So, see, I gotta take a break. But I've been doing a pretty good job with the rest of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna split the shit out of this whole thing. And when I'm done, I'm gonna have a cold drink. And we're back. I tried to do the whole like calm Bob Ross thing, but I guess it doesn't really work. We were splitting firewood, but in general, I found that this guy really helps out because he's able to shorten the distance and increase the impact by decreasing the surface area and just kind of spreading it out. It breaks it also evenly better, and strangely enough, like I could put it into something like this And as long as it doesn't pop up, which it might. Look at that. Almost like I could predict it. Let's see if I could just do this one as is without the need for the additional tool. Because I think I'll only bring that in extreme situations. I mean, look at this. It looks like it's insurmountable. But I assure you, it's very much surmountable. That's a good nickname for a knight, surmountable. Okay, here we go. And I brought in a bunch of wood, but I also had a lot of work to do. So some people will see the work that I did and they'll understand why I had to take a break from splitting firewood to splitting something else up. All right, here we go.
I don't think I was recording the last 5 minutes of the segment. Does it matter? Not really, because I don't change my persona or the way I actually am. That part of me is extremely rare when it comes to filming content. The reason why I say this is I challenge anyone that's watching this at home. Please recognize that I've made a full transformation and I am not at all afraid of the hypocrisy of the laughter that I'll receive. I know that I am not a handsome man, so I look absolutely ridiculous with both a mustache, a fresh haircut, and nothing more than a $12 Marshall's black V-neck shirt. I am the least manicured man in the world, yet I find myself to be an absolute prima donna for some reason. That is because I'm a complete paradox.
Okay. That log.
I didn't ask you a question yet. Hi, Jamie. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
All right, so it's got to fit inside of
The machine, yeah.
machine. You just pick the heaviest possible log.
Of course.
Oh my God.
Make you work for it.
This is literally the hardest log to do that fits in a machine, but what's the difference, okay? You ready?
Let's see.
Let's see if I can do it. Crack warning for all.
Oh!
I would stand back.
Okay. Is this one just thicker, or has those knots in it?
It's the hardest log to split. Okay.
All right, let's pick a different log. Let's see. How about...
You know what it is? It's also wet. So
Right. What about that one?
that won't fit.
No? What about one of these half logs?
Sure. Can I just take one of these?
Yeah, of course.
This one's already cut up. This one's going to be hard. Be careful.
Oof. Felt that one coming.
Well, they all have to be split eventually. So, might as well.
So you might as well start somewhere. There you go.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah. Well, yes. That does not look as easy as it may seem.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Definitely went in, but it's a huge knot. It's a huge...
These chunks are, these pieces of wood are really big chunks. It must feel so nice to do this outside and not be freezing.
Yeah, it's actually very hot.
It's got to feel really nice.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Oh. Oh no. Wow. That is a
This is not split.
serious log.
Let's hit it at a different angle.
Oh.
7 tons is not enough. I mean, it's really in that. Alright, we're gonna try. We're gonna try something a little bit more formidable.
All right.
Formidable.
What do you think?
Well,
Look at all this wood you've done. My God, I didn't actually like really take a look at this. And this is all just this afternoon?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, most of it I took a break on. So, I guess take this one. Whoa. Steel toe boots.
Good thing you had those on.
Gloves. Safety first. Alright, make yourself comfortable.
Okay. Oh. Now this is a great angle.
Is it?
Yeah.
It needs to be on the dry side. Now this will work. Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Now watch this. Not my butt crack. So frustrating. Bring you out of here.
Yeah, I know.
No, you will not.
And to wrap up this segment, I want to put something in the minds of the audience that I will really dive into tomorrow. And we live in such a world of lies and misconception that me being a victim of domestic violence, showing up here looking like one of the Backstreet Boys and Freddie Mercury had a baby, and that baby was Zach Galifianakis trying to be Bradley Cooper in The Hangover. That's
That combo.
you could throw in Drew Lachey and the gay kid from Clueless, and you got yourself Dan Reese's right there. This is excellent. This is the pineapple juice. That's the leftovers from. I love canned fruit because it is consistent. I love things that most people absolutely hate. I love my father, who the world misunderstood, despised, and personally destroyed in front of my eyes. And I want to remind everyone that what my father would want is not for me to visit him on his birthday when he's dead, but to visit him regularly on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, or whenever I miss him. Make sure to take care of the gravesite. Talk about him on YouTube. Remind my boys of the legacy of the amazing things he created. And it is I that recognize that I am the only son or grandson that he has that is heralding how amazing this human being is. Please remember, all he had to do was give one sperm to each one of his 3 children in order to create them, and he did. He did more than that. His kindness, his love, his perseverance, and his example of the way not to live life was just as important for intelligent humans like me, my brother, and my other brother. We were intelligent enough to recognize, to take the best parts of my father's life, because he was able to structure his life in such an extreme way that you can obviously tell the parts that you want to emulate and the parts you do not. That is one of the more brilliant things of my father, and I could spend weeks, days, months talking about it. And I do not believe that the audience deserves on his birthday to see the gift that I've created for my nephews and my children. Maybe tomorrow, if they're lucky, they'll see it. Wait, I have a couple of more segments. Give me 1 second.
This is by far the widest log I've ever split. So let's see if it'll work. Very dangerous. This thing weighs about 80 pounds as is. Maybe. this thing could fall this way, so we always have to be mindful and pay attention. Let's put our hand here, get one of these bad boys, and see if this can change. Wow. I guess it worked. Wow. Okay. So these should be 40 pounds each, which they are actually. It might be slightly more, but that's a hell of a round that I just did on such a small machine. I guess that's a testament to a lot of things. As you can see, this little guy is the trick to this process. I get like a lot of flack about my YouTube channel in the midst of stress that's going on in the background, but if I'm working on the stress, doing everything I humanly can, and during the breaks, this is what I choose to do, people should give me a break. I'm not bothering anyone. I don't solicit anyone for money. I don't extort. I don't do any of that stuff. Super hardworking guy who's a victim of some shitty ass circumstances. That's it. It's not that complicated. Wow. So this is quite a split, given what this started out as. I don't know if anyone remembers the size of this monster. These are good, but they need to be even smaller. As you can see, they're super dense. So I would say one of these mini logs is the equivalent of a large log. The neighbors probably think I'm fucking crazy. But you know what? To each his own, I guess. Wrapping up for the day. I still have a lot of work to do in preparation for tomorrow. Court, and more court. That's all I have is court. Sherman McCoy. That's what I've become. Except without a... And that was only half. This is about 1/4 of a cord, I would have to say, done properly. Now, the logs that I have are much smaller in size, but they are a lot more dense than conventional logs, so they burn much longer. Oh, here we go. The angle might not work, or it might just work perfectly. Either way. Let's take a look. It is great exercise. Muscle movement, everything you could imagine. I mean, it's like I said, it's not like chopping firewood with the axes that I should have in my possession, but, you know, I guess I'll make with what I can do, as always. Best of my situation. Well, I guess good night, guys. I have a big day tomorrow, and this video will go live tonight. Maybe it'll go tomorrow. I haven't decided yet. You know, my goal is to keep it nice and quiet. And until I do what I need to do and handle my business like a real man. Let's see what we got here. Oh wow. It's overloading. One of, if not the most therapeutic activities I can ever recommend to anyone is splitting firewood. And I like manual. I believe that using my hands is great. I mean, like with an axe, not my hands. But the log splitter in itself is its own unique ASMR therapy. Look at this. Have a good night, guys. Get some rest.
So, as you know, my father has passed away. It's a very sad story, not seeing my kids for 8 months and their support system and my wife not recognizing how important I am and especially will be in their lives as they get older. And I gotta keep my shit together and keep filming. You know why? Because my father knows that I'm a winner. That's one thing that was different between me and my father. My father never minced words, and I'm good, Jamie. It's all good. These are tears of happiness. These are tears of waking up tomorrow morning and being able to be a new man and overcoming the difficulties of my childhood. I needed to spend a few months clear, clean, and not through toxicities of drugs or alcohol or foreign substances, but by the lack of abuse that I have to deal with as a stress. That removed from my life allowed me to think clearly. And what my father wants is a fucking slay. My father wants me to make a lot of money. My father wants me to destroy my enemies. My father wants me to be the winner that I am and I've always been born to be. My father lived his life vicariously through me, especially because my father lived 2 lives. He was a brilliant, beautiful young man who suffered a very serious stroke young. I gotta go.
Right, now.
Oh! Yes! You cracked into that thing.
Great success. Yeah.
What a great way to get in shape for the spring.
Yeah. It's very difficult to do what I'm doing. Alright, here we go.
Okay. Look at this.
Alright. Well, once you crack a log, the rest of it is very easy.
There it goes. I have to say, this is a great purchase.
Yeah?
Yeah, this has been, you have gotten such great use out of this.
Alright.
This is a real...
This might show a little bit of skin.
Make sure no one gets in an accident driving down.
Shut up. I'm so fat right now. Oh, okay. Now, let's go ahead and do a little bit more of what we started.
Yeah, you cracked into that thing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You want to throw me that sweatshirt so it
Yeah, sure.
doesn't get
Good
schmutz
idea.
on it? Thanks.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, exactly.
What would I do without you? Seriously, Jamie, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, here we go.
All right.
I'm excited because I have a delicious dinner ready for me.
What did I do?
You made
Oh my God. As we make
oh my god, no way.
that this is a great product, it breaks on me.
No. Wait.
Yeah.
Stop.
The welding came apart. Right over here. It's alright, I mean, it'll still work, but it's really annoying that right as backup.
Do you need your
And Nathan.
Okay.
Set this up.
wow.
It might not work now that it's.
Oh, I wonder.
Yeah, because it doesn't have the leverage anymore. Oh, it sucks.
Built hard. Well, I bet you if we call built hard,
What?
they'll send us a replacement.
No, you got the warranty, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Built semi-hard. Not totally. I mean, I would say that you probably split a cord and a half of wood in the past week.
Like that. You know, I'm gonna try to. Than it was before. I think like the issue is the flat end right here. Now it'll split, believe it or not. Whether it has a rail or not. They don't know rail.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm enjoying sitting outside for once.
splitting malls. Let's see if I could just.
Yeah, that would be nice if you had some of your tools, huh?
It would be, wouldn't it? But that would be too easy. Right?
That would be too easy. Plus, what would the Livingston Police Department look at all day? Oh!
It works.
Still works. Excellent job.
Let's take a little 2-second break. We'll get back right to you.
All right, got to plow through it. You know, cut segment, it's only good for you. I still feel the same way. My father's life was split up into two. There's a young man, and afterwards, my father has suffered some debilitating strokes that were directly related to the divorce that he didn't see coming, and he didn't deserve to be treated the way he did. He was treated. Me, I suffered a small stroke, and it gave me a really cool eyebrow. That's just the way it is. Things just work out for me. So now I have the people's eyebrow permanently, but ladies and gentlemen, that's a direct result of a stroke. I have insurance, so now I got to see a doctor and confirm it. That is what happens when human beings are under the amount of stress and pressure that I'm under. I do not feel pain or sorrow for myself because I've gotten stronger. Tonight, rather than taking a narcotic to go to sleep, I will spend a big chunk of the night splitting firewood, prepping the remainder of my initial phase of my project, and getting through the emotional aspect of moving on with my life. Not just living in the past and talking about my dead father aimlessly, but talking about his life, talking about the awesome things that he gave me. I'm talking about that the most important thing that I learned was actually from my mother, and that happiness is a choice. And I choose to be happy, and that is the way I'm going to end it tonight. Because I choose to be happy. And if my happiness interferes with your happiness, then I highly recommend you simply never think about me for the rest of your life. But if my happiness is a direct motivation and a tribute to everything that you've put your life into and have been silent, yet you find yourself following me because I'm the one and only voice that you have that speaks exactly what's on your mind, and I assure you, the gifts that I have coming in the next 2 weeks will be just for you.
All right, so this is one of the cutscenes. Let me explain to everyone what they're looking at right here, okay? In honor of my father, I'm going to be replicating something that I've always wanted to do, which is to document and show him how I rose. Fuck, man. Daniel, get your shit together. Nobody wants to see you crying. All right. This right here is the final product. This is called One Fun Night. This is a box of firewood that is absolutely beautiful. It's pre-split, and it is designed for a solo stove, which is why it's small pieces. This is designed for a solo stove as well. It's a little bit larger. It'll take a little bit of feedback from the client. Please recognize that this is not a product that I'm offering for sale, but rather this is a gift for everyone who chooses to engage in the two-step process. The first step process is I will be launching an online Instagram account. All you have to do is subscribe to the Instagram account to be a part of the Livingstown repository of community information. What you get in exchange is you get one of these boxes as a gift, only if you're able to make a social contract promise that if you enjoy the process and you like what you receive, then you will get 10 of your friends and family to subscribe. There is no money involved. It is unconditional. Please recognize that you must actually like the product and be mindful of the reality that if you do not like it, I will give you another one, meaning that I will continue to produce the product until the one customer that I have is satisfied. And even though that this is a non-for-profit process, eventually this is a for-profit business that will turn into a money-making monster for everyone that's a part of it. How I'm able to do this is using applied mathematics and recognizing that there will be two products that will be launched. First and foremost, let me go into the meat and potatoes of what you're looking at here. What this is approximately 20 to 25 pounds of pre-split, perfect smoke wood. So this is wood that's used to smoke. So in reality, what you're buying is about $50 worth of wood, because this would be ground up into wood chips. and then made into a product that's sold at Home Depot. Rather than doing this, I just wanted to express to everyone that this is called movie quality wood. When you see wood in a movie, the wood that's used is fake in the context that it's not actually the kind of wood that you get when you buy firewood. What I wanted to do was replicate the movie process. What I wanted everyone to do is recognize that in the initial phases, although that this product can be used indoors, I cannot responsibly recommend this being used indoors due to the fire hazard and due to the lack of fire safety knowledge that the customer has. I do not expect, oh, it's a rip. It's okay. Let me get into this. So what you get is one box. It's called One Night of Fun. This could be 2 nights of fun. It's plenty of firewood, and most of this can be 2 nights of fun, which is why you get 2 fire starters if you want to stretch it out, or you have some branches in the backyard. But essentially, the key secret to this is, see this box right here? This costs $5 at ShopRite right now. It's a massive sale. If the change of price affects it, then so be it. So inside of this process, in order to recognize how to burn green wood properly, you must recognize that charcoal is an often overlooked secret that I have in order to create perfect fireplaces or fire pits. What the charcoal does is it creates a constant heat source that really dissipates the moisture content disparity between what is required to have a clean burning wood versus what is required to have a smoky, really gross fire pit. One of the things that nobody wants is smoke in their faces. What this wood does is it creates a process where the fire pit is smokeless. Please recognize that although it's revolutionary and I can easily sell this as a standalone product, I choose not to do this because I choose to show the importance of both the Livingston community and recognize that this is going to a good cause. The cost of the product, the cost of the yearly subscription, and the advantages that you get are very, very much up in the air and will require me a few days to finalize the mathematics behind it because I don't want to leave anyone out. The disparity in our town looks to be a problem, which means that we have a lot of wealthy people and we also have a lot of people that are in need of financial support. That disparity can easily be addressed in a private, discreet manner where there are individuals that are able to support the community aspect of it by paying for other people to be a part of it. Please recognize that my goal is to do good. Any money that I profit from this process will be disclosed in a public manner. And please recognize that if you just give me a chance, you will see that what I've created here is actually maybe 10 to 15 various products, but you need to give me a chance to explain that this is just the starting point of what I want to offer the Livingston community as a thank you for a lifetime of living here and receiving some. When you sign up for the account, you receive a box like this. You have the option to donate to the cause through a payment process, but please remember it's unconditional, meaning that if you don't want to donate, you get the box for free to try it out. We simply ask that you give a little bit of feedback. If you enjoyed the process, if it worked, there'll be a very clear set of instructions. This entire process is designed for a solo stove that is medium to large length. It is not designed for anything except an outdoor fire pit that has at least a 12-inch high diameter. Safety is my number one concern. The last thing that I want is any children or adults to be hurt by this process. So I do think there's going to be a trial and error, and if I find myself, for example, if there's like a child that wants to take it, I'm obviously not going to allow them, even though they're allowed to subscribe. But if there's a responsible 16, 17-year-old and their parents are a part of the process, there's no reason why they can't learn about the importance of maintaining clean, coherent, and functioning processes such as a fire pit. Think about the quantity of smoke-filled, disgusting, and useless fire pits out there. This process is a stepping stone in the barbecue business. Look at the amount of effort that I put into just the wood, which is the source of the fuel behind one of the many products that we offer at Drake's. The barbecue business is something that I am obsessed with, and my obsession can either be laughed at or recognize that the product comes out excellent because of my love for what I do. Please recognize this is just one of the 2 products that I offer as the initial membership. You will also receive a bunch of swag as part of the core 400, and I will limit, you know what, let's make it 300. And in order to, like the movie Spartans, the first 300 founding members of Livingstown will receive some sort of a very special type of prize. And those 300 people, the requirement to get into that club will be to sign up 10 people that are friends and family, and that'll be recorded in a spreadsheet so that most likely the first 300 members I will give a lifetime membership to, or at least some form of a social contract that will be required, because I do believe that the first 300 people to take a chance are required to have to be recognized on a yearly basis, maybe a yearly party or something where only 300 people and their friends and family are allowed, or maybe a barbecue. I don't know. It's a world of possibilities when I put the drama and the pain of the reality of my life aside and focus on. I do want to remind everyone that what I'm filming is 100% legal. I am not at all violating anyone's rights. I do want to address the fact that I am showing videos of my wife and children. These videos were made during a beautiful time in our family's life. Everything that I'm saying is 100% true. I currently have 4,790 chapters that are exactly like what you have seen. I've spent the majority of this episode not watching the chapter, but a preamble, or a pre-ramble as I like to call it, because the actual chapter features content that I believe Ms. Resnick has some sort of restraining order that she's not allowed to post at the same time, based on a First Amendment right and her whistleblower status, which supersedes the restraining order. So essentially it's a very confusing time, and I do look for the governing body that can give a little bit more clarity, since I know for a fact that legally I am 100% right, and the worst thing that my adversaries could have done was documented what they did. Essentially, give me a second. How resourceful I am that I'm able to combine 2 very direct and distinct projects, such as Livingstown, which is my Frank White giving back to the community, in the sense that I believe that we have a very, very strong need for this product in our community, while at the same time recognizing that being a novel app or taking credit for something that is nothing more than a deficiency in the government is not what I'm interested in. So I recognize I must really offer a significant upside to, see, these flies are, it's a natural process. Right now the wood is drying, it's gonna take a couple of weeks, and it's gonna be at the most perfect temperature. As you can see, even though my log splitter is broken, I do not let it stop me. Once I have the boxes that are filled and I have enough for tonight, which is my goal, I'm going to be able to launch the Instagram account, as well as post a video that shows that, hey, this is one fun night, and you're able to get caviar at a very, very significant discount, super high-end black caviar that I assure you comes directly from the source. I am Russian, and I have been procuring high-end caviar my entire life. That is one thing that my father taught me very well, and that is how to taste and how to buy caviar at a massive discount in comparison to the there's also a lot of scams. You might want to Google the Russian tea room scams. There's a man named James Garbarino who Levy was friends with, and I found him to be such a con artist because his father was the human being that did a decade in prison for scamming millions of dollars from both the Russian tea room as well as citizens that paid hundreds and thousands of dollars for what they thought was beluga, etc., and other black caviars that was actually fake. And James Garbarino was a student in Hartford. But before I digress, please recognize that this is just day one of me completely shutting down my dreams of being a father and recognizing that nothing more than making a shitload of money will ever actually prove to anyone what I've been saying is true the whole time. Gotta go split some wood. See this right here? This bad boy was calling my name. And what I do is, my goal is to split as much as I humanly can that I can lift and process, and everything else I will need my splitting maul and my axe in order to really smash through this. And that's going to be really cool as well. It's a nice challenge. Let's see how much this thing weighs approximately. Oh, this is light. It's about 55 pounds. Lightweight, as Sonny Liston. I think it's Sonny Liston. Whoever the weightlifter is. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to make sure that it hits a cleavage point, which is a fancy word for saying not a knot. Wow, what a beautiful piece. It's a shame it's gonna get split right now. And as you can see, only 1 week of drying is more than enough. Wow. What a beautiful day. I know I look like a wolf. Give me a chance. Check out what I look like tonight. Alright. Oh wow. It never went through. So I keep this piece nice and handy dandy. Handy dandy. Not sure if this will work because of the angle, but it should. And what this does is it just pushes it through, and it allows me not to risk hurting myself by having the log. If you've been following along, I really hurt myself. Oh wow, this is not good. The log goes. Okay. Whoa. All right. Well, let's go ahead and keep this aside. And as you can see, it's always good to have one of these handy. And what this is going to do is this is going to be my perfect 2 nights. 2 fun nights. 2 fun nights. And that's a reference to there's certain boxes that are packed high for the higher wood in order to show that the maximum capacity for one box. Originally, this entire project started out with me trying to create a consistent, non-disputable quantity of firewood. So what I wanted to do was create something called box of wood. And one box of wood is, so for example,
My case has not changed, and it has been about money and YouTube and Jamie. Those 3 factors are part of my life, that I simply am an adult and I can make the decisions on myself. Based on the way that I've been treated both in court over the last 8 months, out of court over the last 8 months, and the setup that has been going on over the last 6 years, I clearly understand that I am not someone that was actually loved for who he is, but for what I was able to produce. And once I decided to stop producing, all based on the fact that I was exhausted from the amount of fraud that I had to deal with before I even woke up in the morning, please recognize that some of the most egregious acts of violations by a licensed attorney was conducted in broad daylight during my divorce over the last 8 months. I will expose these crimes over the next couple of days. But right now, I need to take a break in order to get some fresh air, split some more firewood, and show everyone that methods of therapy are truly within. And I have found a happy place in life, which is barbecuing, my children, splitting firewood, the outdoors, and living life. I have made that choice consciously. Today was the day that was very difficult for me because I needed to make a choice. Will I revert back to the state of mind that I was in that caused me to make the mistakes of being the weak man that I will forever blame for the situation that has caused the stress that has ended with me having a stroke and losing years of my life? Or will I be the man that has transformed himself using the tragedy that I'm the victim of and growing above and beyond that. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm one of the few human beings that can consciously look at the camera, wipe the snot from his really weird mustache and say, hey guys, my name is Dan Reeses, and guess what? I'm choosing option 2.
Cord of firewood is very difficult to really measure because it first needs to be stacked, and then there is the 4x4x8, and essentially it is virtually impossible to know what you're getting delivered because you're not getting it stacked. And then at the end of the day, there's going to be the argument with the gentleman who delivers it to you saying, oh, there's a margin, and I'm sure that if you go through the process, they'll end up giving you some free firewood, but once again, it's always on the consumer, whereas my goal was to create one standardized product called a box of wood. So when you want to make one long fire in your fire pit, you will need one box. That's it. See, this is where it gets dangerous, right? See that? Could have closed right on me. I'm traumatized by the pain, and that really goes to show you that emotional pain is just as traumatic and it lasts just as long, but physical pain is the way that we as humans learn much faster and easier, because our human brains have the ability to block out traumatic memories, and that in itself is something that most people don't even recognize. Well, how could they? It's blocked out of their memory. So for me, rather than fighting the fact that a big chunk of the memories between me and my father are really traumatic, because he really wasn't just not self-aware, he was such a kind-hearted man that he didn't really understand when people were making fun of him. That's how sad it was as a child to be around, that I was so socially aware that, you know, even my father-in-law's, not my father-in-law, but yeah, he poked fun of him, and that was already after he was an invalid, and that was one of the most infuriating things about my in-laws, is that they didn't really recognize to the fullest extent just how sick my father was, because their interactions were primarily with my mother, who spoke really negatively of my father. Then that's after they were divorced and all of that stuff, and that says a lot more about her, because once he was remarried, he didn't really say too much negative things about her. She ended up, you know, going through a very difficult second marriage and divorce and all that stuff, and that really speaks, like, I get once again. And my father, he dated for about a year this nice woman named Yeva, but he never really had anyone except who was really good to him, and she gave him a really beautiful son named Jeremy, who's really amazing. He's a doctor. He lives in Boston, and my father is very proud of what he has become as a man, and I think that Jeremy deserves a lot of credit, because when my father was ill, other than me being a role model, a male role model, Jeremy really didn't have anyone. And one of the reasons why my brother Jeremy is a doctor of pharmacology is because my father spent so much time in the emergency room and dealing with nephrology and medicines and things like that, that my younger brother truly was affected greatly by it. And it's a good story because, you know, you got to think about the thousands of lives that his actions have saved, and he's one of those unsung heroes where automatically when you think of doctor, you think of money, you think of success, you think of intelligence. You don't really think about the good deeds that the human being is doing. There are some lawyers that do good deeds, that definitely fight on behalf of justice, but the majority of attorneys, who really is the Coke and Pepsi to the modern day doctor of the professional standard of education and investment in education to reap a reward, truly is incomparable to the work that doctors do, and let alone nurses, who are significantly underpaid and are the backbone, literally, of the entire medical system. Yet, you know, there's still that massive disparity between how much doctors are paid versus how much nurses are paid, and Once again, education should not be the standard for production. Remember, we came from a society where having an education in itself is the value of the product. That's not the way it is anymore. It's a digital world. It's what have you produced and what can you produce? What is your current potential? What do you bring to the table? A big chunk of nurses have enough experience to pass whatever tests are required to be doctors, but what they don't have is a medical license to practice because they didn't pay the money to the accredited institutions. And in order to understand that, you have to understand why dentists have their own schools, because prior to the modern Jewish dentist that came to America post-World War II, the majority of dental work was done by barbers. And in order for the European dentists to recreate the same system of meritocracy and the illusion of meritocracy, but really it's a one in, one out. So there is only a certain amount of dentists.
Good evening. It is 6:30 on, what date is today?
Today's Wednesday, March 11th.
Wednesday, March 11th. So hopefully, if all goes well, check this out, all right? Here's a really awesome cut sequence of what I will be doing tonight.
There are only certain amount of dentists that are able to get their license per year, and that is to ensure that the supply of dentists does not exceed the demand. Because remember, it's a pretty finite. The amount of data is out there of how many people have bad teeth and things like that. So the dental community has its own medical education system that they control. And I know most of you might not believe this, but it's all true. And believe it or not, dentists have the highest rate of suicide amongst professionals. And there's a reason for that, and that's because of the poor decisions that they make outside of the box that they've created for themselves as dentists. Like, for example, there's something called the dentist lists. Like, dentists are traditionally known to be absolutely horrible investors. So there's a movie called The Librarian that my friend Gary, the same person that I split firewood with, his father is a dentist, and a really renowned dentist, someone I want to speak very highly of as far as education, and a family, the Shafreen family, who has done more for modern dentistry than a lot of people recognize because of the work they do in public speaking. But listen, I gotta run. Let me make these boxes and I'll be right back, all right, kiddos? Than it was before. I think like the issue is the flat end right here. Now it'll split, believe it or not, whether it has a rail or not. They don't know why.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm enjoying sitting outside for once.
Wow. That's why I need my splitting mauls. Let's see if I can just...
Yeah, that would be nice if you had some of your tools, huh?
It would be, wouldn't it? But that would be too easy. Right?
That would be too easy. Plus, what would the Livingston Police Department look at all day? Oh!
It worked.
Eh. Still works. Excellent job.
Let's take a little 2-second break. We'll get back right to you.
Now, these cut sequences are really, really designed for me to be able to express myself in a different way, because as you can see, I need to be doing more than one thing at a time in order for some of my more direct communications to come out. The mustache is really what this is all about in tonight's segment, and that is, over the course of this evening, I'm going to do a couple of things. Number one, as promised, I will make my final decision as far as what brand, what business, and what I'm doing, and the answer is Microbank. Every single one of my projects stems from Microbank. I take on clients as they come in. Right now, I'll be dealing for the next 2 years with 2 clients, Dan Reeses and Jamie Resnick, especially this pain in the ass over here. She's a really great friend, and she's an amazing mom, and it's really incredible the amount of human beings who simply either forgot that or too weak to admit it. So because the mustache is here, it'll tell you, hey, when the mustache is out, I mean business. There will be a series of cut segments that will be filmed where the mustache will instantly grow back just for me to say something. So, just like this cut sequence here. Look, a lot of what I'm doing is experimental projects before tomorrow morning where I have to go balls to the wall and spend 2 weeks fixing absolutely everything. This is called movie theater firewood. This is extremely luxurious, beautiful firewood that when you look at, you think of this is what it should look like in your dreams or in some of the nicest houses in the world. And there needed to be a luxury brand of firewood created. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. Just my brain working hard. See, you need to learn that I'm an expert at splitting up. When you're an expert at splitting up, you should have a say in something in your own divorce. Let alone the fact that what is happening is so illegal that it's become funny. It has crossed over the line of stress. I already have a stroke. You can't get any further. The next step is death. Hopefully, due to the comedy aspect of what is about to happen, I'm going to be able to laugh. So first and foremost tonight, you're going to see a couple of things. Right now it's 6:30 p.m. I ate probably around 3,000 calories of absolute garbage this afternoon, so good news there. I get to skip dinner because without a mustache, a human being can look fat or be fat, but with a mustache and being fat, it's a double whammy. It's like being a bad hitter and having a broken arm. Not only can't you do it, if you could, you would suck anyway. That being said, what we're going to be doing is from 6:30 till 8:30 while we're, socially allowed to. We don't want to run the machine. When I say we, I mean I. And I found a new barber. This person is amazing, and they did a really great job. The old barber ended up being a snitch and having really bad karma. So karma and being a snitch, that's not someone that I could actually have in my life. Now, being a snitch is understandable when you're speaking the truth. It's actually never understandable, especially because you've taken an oath to be a professional. So when you go and disseminate lies because you are interacting with me, well, that eliminates my ability to have a business relationship, but opens the door for a new person, and this guy is amazing. And he's able to do a really great job, and I know that this person will be able to do the cut of everyone except a woman. This human being is an expert at men's haircuts, and if you like the way it looks, please understand that I have it all set up for this person to be our family barber. And there's a lot of awesome things that I have set up in the future, but given the context of what I do, so for example, I am more than comfortable with paying for every haircut for the rest of my children's lives. That's approximately $100 every 3 weeks or so, or the equivalent around $5,000 a year with tips. That's a $50,000 cost over the next decade. No problem, taken care of. You see, when context comes into play with one haircut, it doesn't make sense. But when it comes into, and obviously I'll be able to help out or take care of other kids that I am, for example, my nephews can go to this person, Jamie's kids can go there. That's 6 haircuts every 3 weeks, or touch-ups and everything else like this. And it's a local person who has really, it's a subscriber, and I just wanted to say to them, thank you very, very much for what you have done. And in general, it's a professional, it's someone who does this for a living, don't worry. I would probably have to say 30 years of manscaping experience, and that's more than enough. Now, that being said, wait a second. Hey Jamie, before we begin, it's almost 11 o'clock at night, and I just really wanted to say thank you. For anyone that's wondering how Jamie is able to lose 90 pounds and completely transform, please recognize that she has described that working for me is not really a job, but a calling, right?
It is a calling, yes.
Right?
The calling.
And yeah, you're right. It's a little loud at night, so we want to make sure not to disturb the neighbors.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be able to process that much more than what we have right now.
I agree.
And it's a small engineering flaw, but we will be able to do it a little bit. You know, cars are still driving by, so
yeah.
It's not that late. So we'll do a little bit.
How does your face feel?
With a mustache?
Yes, with a mustache.
Kind of like the way a vagina feels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From all your experience.
Yeah, you know why?
Yeah.
Because people judge your hair in that area more than you do. You understand? Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
I mean, that really goes in line with my epiphany when I realized that closeted gay men would masturbate to gay porn, but would gay men that are closeted masturbate
closeted.
to straight porn?
Closeted straight men.
No,
Closeted.
Closeted straight men have been masturbating to gay porn since the dawn of the invention of both closeted homosexuality and gay
But
porn.
it is a good question.
But
I
do
agree.
gay
This is our
men,
lunch conversation.
you know, taboo watching straight porn.
Right.
And I've never seen it, but in reality, it is true. It is true, and there's plausibility and there's truth in that. But we don't see the world that way. We
No.
see it, the dirty, nasty straight man that's doing some things like that. And that's the point of why the domestic violence court did not recognize the reality that I'm the victim, is because we have transformed into a digital world without
Yeah.
recognizing reality.
That's true.
Reality is that if something could go backwards,
It can go
forwards,
forwards.
or
It's
it
true.
can go forwards and backwards. It's the
Yeah,
same way.
totally.
And human sexuality is relatively fluid. The last time I checked, most
Yeah,
people get
very.
to choose whether or not they're gay or
Yeah,
straight, what they
that's
do,
true.
no matter how much people want to deny
Argue
it.
them.
So, in order to understand the quantity of jokes and honestly suicide that has been caused from communities that have been outing closeted homosexual men, but yet homosexual men that are engaging in watching straight porn or
Yeah,
falling in love
right.
with a straight person would never be ostracized, and that double standard exists because of the media. Because
It's so
we've
true.
seen so many movies that feature. All right.
Subject matter,
the
yeah,
subject
I
matter that
agree.
I'm talking about rather than the subject matter that you're talking about. And the reason why I'm saying not you, in
Oh, I was like,
particular,
who?
but the world, the audience, because the reality is what I'm talking about, nobody wants to talk about. Nobody wants to hear it, let alone how funny it is that really, if you're a closeted gay guy, you're going to be masturbating to straight porn.
Yeah, I think
You
that's
know,
hilarious.
I think why do you find
Secretly,
that funny? I mean,
because if it goes one way, why can't it go the reverse? You're
it
right.
does, but you never thought about it.
Never. Not one time.
Not one time. As heralding yourself as someone who is open-minded in all aspects of sexuality, and I don't deny that part of your life. I just deny the fact that everyone hasn't thought about it. I think that even I haven't.
That's what
thought
I
about
mean.
it.
It's never even
I mean,
crossed
one
my
of the
mind.
reasons I'm not gay, but other than that, when I look at porn, I never one time thought about hey, what does this person do? That's why I'm like, wait, what? It's like mind blowing.
It is. It is. It is.
Yeah, I have to use
That
this
was a really
And
when you
it's-
asked the question, I was even like, oh my god, I never thought about it.
I never thought about it, and I think about everything.
Yeah, you do.
That's why I'm saying it
You
like
do
that.
think
is
about
because
everything.
There's many people that want to make fun of me. I've been made fun of my whole life about expressing the rights of homosexuals or people that want to remain in the closet or be out in the closet, because I think that people that really take their homophobic tendencies out on people are really, really embarrassing to themselves. And I think this video really goes to show that one of the things that I offer as a father is the logical perspective of the way the human sexuality, as well as the development of young adults, especially young male adults, should be viewed at in today's society. I think this is a good way to leave it on top, because when you start talking about little boys' penises,
Dan.
you have to mention the birdcage. And when she goes, Diane Weiss goes on the plate, are those little boys' penises?
That movie is
And
fantastic.
Robin Williams goes, huevos! They're eggs! Because they have some egg, and Agador Spartacus, also known as Matthew Rose. Matthew, I love you.
Agador Spartacus, one of the greatest characters.
Miss Resnick, you're awesome.
Thanks.
Michael Raven is the best judge in New Jersey. And I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, there's about 45 MRs that I want to wish you a happy new beginning and a new life to. My name is Dan Reeses, and my initials are DR, and I hope nobody ever forgets that.
All right. So as you can see, we're making really great progress with what we have done. Jamie has put the mulch out. Well, I put the mulch out, it's been spread. The whole concept is the fact that we're able to utilize what is a sub-industry in a farming industry, which is cutting up trees, offering real estate for tree services to dump their trees, and then selling same said garbage back to, and I say garbage because it's waste for one company, but fuel and inventory for another. So we eliminate that process in Drake's, and Drake's is a byproduct and a subsidiary of Microbank. Within that is Regent Development, which is owned by Jamie, and that company offers landscaping services and other types of real estate management services. One of the coolest products that we have, and tonight we'll be introducing two products, Black Mulch as well as One Night of Fun. One Night of Fun will be displayed while I will be finishing up my final touches on my financial matrix. Is there something you have to? One fun. That's, you know, it's not gonna be as fun as it might sound, because all it's gonna be is us filming the utilization of the box that you get as being a member of the Livingstown community, and essentially, wait, watch this.
All right, Jamie. I think I'm filming, and I think we've done about 1/5 altogether of everything. Or would you say more?
I think more. I think this looks, I think that when you look at it, you don't realize how much wood there actually was.
Okay. I love our white trash setup that we have right here. We own it.
We do.
So that's our break room. So what the game plan is to show everyone the Black Mulch product, which is also it's the third Livingstown product.
Okay.
And the Black Mulch project is very, very simple. I'm gonna need, see, this is why I say, oye cabrón. I mean, you are Broomhilda.
I am Broomhilda. You've
like,
been calling me that for years.
Well, literally, look, you are literally Broomhilda at this point. Very different from what you used to look like before working for me, but
that's true.
Still Broomhilda. So that being said, let's focus. Our first step is going to be to clean this area up. Yep. And what time is the rain coming tonight? Do you remember?
It's said between 8 and 9, but it looks beautiful.
All right. So what we want to do is we want to split up as much logs, and the mulch right over here that I ordered is designed for that area over here that looks absolutely horrible.
Like around
the front, and the biggest thing is a clear line of demarcation between ourselves and the neighbors, and that will allow me to show you the Black Mulch product and why I offer only one product, which is the Black Mulch.
Okay.
There's no brown mulch option. It's just Black Mulch, but it's really sharp Black Mulch, and it first comes down this way, and it's really the utilization of all aspects of the tree that normally just found itself to be a byproduct of a very scrupulous. One of the reasons why you can't trust a tree service man is because no one has a standardized tree product, and the box.
I didn't know that's a thing. You can't trust the tree guy.
Well, it's like a roofing company or driveway companies, companies that are traditionally have a reputation of being run by quote gypsies. And I'll explain to you the dynamic between the word gypsy, the reality of the religion of gypsies, the Eastern European concept of gypsies.
There is much different.
Yeah, and the modern day word or nickname gypsy. And I'll get into that later. But essentially, firewood, the biggest issue with firewood is mathematics. For example, nobody knows, like for example, how many logs are in a bag of firewood. Nobody knows. There's no standardized. But by creating the box that I've created one standardized unit of firewood. So if you want a cord, you could just say 20 boxes.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you have to do. By creating one standardized, so you flour, like you know how much a cup of flour is, right?
A cup?
A cup. That's right.
Whoa! Do you see that video? That one popped perfectly. And I had that one time to be one of the most perfect examples of why 1 or 2 weeks of just letting a tree be dead, even though it's covered in snow, which is essentially moisture, none of that prevents the tree from drying out from inside out. That's how a tree grows. That's why the rings of the trees represent the number of years it's been alive. Some of the more famous or fascinating Fibonacci sequences in real life occur at all times. Please take a look at this video. This video, which features the knot, inside of the tree, not. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. Just watch this.
Cup is one cup. It's
I
a
know, but
unit of
meaning-
measurement. There's no
Oh,
user.
I thought you meant price.
There's
I was
no
like,
unit
why
of
are we
no,
talking
Jamie.
flowers?
The point of what I'm trying to tell you is there's no unit of measurement for firewood. That is
There
a
isn't.
standard result of the firewood industry, making sure that no consumer knows how much is an actual face cord, a full cord, half cord, or any of this stuff is. All right?
Do they measure maybe by weight?
They don't measure by weight. They measure by whatever they tell you it is.
There you go.
And
Hence, you can never trust a
the
tree.
real tree, like there's an actual standard measurement, which is 8 feet long, 4 feet high, twice. That is one full one cord. Then there's something called a face cord, which is half a cord, but that is only in some places. Some places call a full cord a face cord. It is
FACE?
face, like the face of a cord. Like if you were to buy a cord in modern day New Jersey and the guy shows up with a 4 foot by 8 foot, he'll try to convince you that that's one cord. You understand? And it looks big. It's probably around the size of your car stacked up. That's one face cord. Because remember, this right here, this is approximately 4 feet. So 8 feet across is right over here. From here to here, this much firewood, that looks like a full cord, right?
Yeah. Looks like it.
All right, so as you can see, a two-man team is really powerful. Having your best friend, who is Jamie over here, be your assistant and landlord, as well as, you know, there's something called a crash test dummy. I'm a crash rest dummy. I rest and I crash at Jamie's house, and I'm a dummy. So rather than a crash test dummy, I'm a crash rest dummy. So when you're dealing with a crasher, you're right over there. Are you just trying not to laugh? Jamie is the subject of the majority of my humor. Most of what I talk about on camera is addressing her. She's sitting right over here. But God forbid that I actually explain to anyone what actually happens in the context of reality of Jamie and I are just very close friends who have found ourselves scratching our heads at what Mallory has been doing over the last year. So we don't really understand what's going on since this is one of our closest friends. We have thousands of images that we're reviewing and looking through it, and we have no idea what the fuck is going on because nothing makes sense, and very few people, both from law enforcement or our support system, are able to offer any resolution in sight, which means that if you're watching this, I have a full-scale plan, which I will be revealing over the next 24 hours, which includes everything that I'm going to be doing. It'll be what I'm going to be doing in the spring. I have approximately 2 weeks from Friday to get everything together, or else really shit's going to hit the fan. Not because of it's my fault, but because I have had enough time out of jail, and it is up to me to really communicate with the courts and express to them the nature and the status of what's going on. That's step one. A lot of courts simply do not watch this YouTube channel, nor should they, but they're not really aware of the magnitude. Wait, watch this.
And this is a cool little log that came from the side of the yard that fell, and this could have destroyed Jamie's house, but instead it luckily fell the other way. And I was able to meet a second contractor, tree service contractor, that will now drop all wood at my sites, and like I said, I'll be utilizing that wood. Look at how beautiful that split is. That's the way firewood should look and should be cared for indoors, not outdoors. And there has never been a premium firewood product until now. No one's ever sold luxury firewood. That's what this is. It's high-end firewood. It's firewood that looks like it belongs in a movie. It's firewood that you want on Christmas morning. It's firewood that you want when you're selling a house. It's firewood that you want displayed in front of a multi-million-dollar fireplace. It is Citizen Kane inspired firewood. If you don't know what that is, watch the movie Citizen Kane and watch him burn entire trees as logs. That's how big his fireplace is. Charles Foster Kane is based on William Randolph Hearst, who's a real human being. And the aviary is not a true story. But there is something that has to do with the spruce goose that is a true story. And that's for another day. Let's see if I can Let's see if I can just take this right to the head. I'm saying split this bad boy right down the middle. You know why? It's dry, it's soft, and it won't go into a fireplace as is. So this is just a formality. I'm gonna have to use something to decrease the geometry. Geometry is the length of time that it takes the piston to get to the source, the main source. Let's see if it works. It did work. It worked like a charm. Worked like it does every time. So as you can see, even the small pieces need to be final split. This might be a little bit too dry and too rotten already. Or it might just split. Oh, it split pretty well. It's still not good really enough to the standard that I want to offer, and that's what a premium firewood product is. And that's why I'm so excited to offer it to Livingston at massive discount, is because there first needed to be a premium firewood product, and then a town should really experience what it's like to burn clean, fresh, high quality wood rather than the garbage that they've been used to burning their entire lives. And there's a difference. You'll hear it different, and it's completely different. And it's funny because even I, as I'm talking about it, I think, wow, what a simple thing, firewood. Nobody would ever think that there would be a market and a need for expensive high-end firewood, but you'll be surprised how many people around the country would pay for 10 to 20 boxes of super clean firewood to guarantee that their beautiful home, I can't turn around and look. I want it to be a surprise. All right, I turned around. Jamie, you're doing a great job. You see, Jamie's doing everything herself. That's a hard-working woman. Very few people are able to do these things herself. My wife and I always hire people to do this. That's why it's very impressive to see you do it. It's also nice to see you being able to be a female business owner doing exactly what you're going to be selling by doing it yourself. So this is a cross-promotional marketing product. So Region Development offers a few products. Firewood, black mulch, and tree service are just a few. We don't cut grass yet, but we'll be able to contract with some real good service providers. And once again, using bulk is how we save. Our biggest skill is management and guaranteeing the job is done well. Anyone could cut grass and anyone could offer it. It's the customer service that we do that. And we're in the real estate business. The land management aspect of it, we offer it, I wouldn't say for free, but basically at cost to make sure that our services are always maintained properly. Humble beginnings, Jamie. It's just me and you. Jamie doing a box of mulch and Dan cutting firewood. That's all this is. What billion-dollar company? We're crazy, right? We're nuts. Just two hardworking individuals showing the world that it's fully possible to get done if you believe in yourself and not believe in people that say you cannot do it. Think about it like this, okay? See the amount of effort that I put into it. You know why? Because I want to make sure that it's perfect. I want to make sure that the firewood that comes to the customer is absolutely burning to such a high, beautiful heat, and the crackling of the wood speaks for itself. And each piece requires care, dedication, commitment, all these things that most people do not think about when working with firewood because they want to process it as quickly as possible and get it out the door. Let's see what the next piece. The next piece is a serious piece. The next piece is something that, requires some real girth management over here. And I don't know if I'll have the power to do it, but you know what? I believe in myself. And what else do I need? And a lock splitter, obviously. And it worked perfectly, actually.
All right, I'm sorry about that. I might find myself to be slightly addicted to watching myself split logs. No, I actually have a hard time watching it. I make Jamie watch all the content to confirm that it's legal, and then I do all of the upload and management of the actual YouTube channel because of a recent restraining order, which is in itself a crime and a violation of a whistleblower status as well as the First Amendment right. But all of that has to be decided on Friday. I don't know what else to tell you, but Friday the 13th for some people is very important. For me, it's nothing more than my birthday. Not this Friday, August 13th, Friday, the original Friday the 13th, 1982. Look, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dan Reeses. And please, before I give you the final segment for this part of tonight.
As you can see, once the logs have been split, it really is a matter of just labor. And the goal is to split as much as humanly possible while Miss Resnick manages the mulch. And the black mulch project is nothing more than truly the way a yard should be maintained and kept at all times. And there's brown mulch and there's red mulch, and there's lots of companies that offer that. We just simply don't. We only offer black mulch. That's the only mulch that we have. We're absolute experts in it. We make sure that the mulch is black all the time, so there's a management process that requires us to come back and make sure that the mulch is refreshed. So to look like perfect, you actually have to have a management contract, and that includes firewood and everything else, and that's why a one-stop shop is really the way to go, where the subbing out of the contract services is a matter of management and formality of who you trust and who you deal with, rather than thinking about dealing with one corporation. It's about dealing with one company that manages all of your land needs, rather than thinking about, oh my God, I'm a homeowner. Well, if you contract and work with one company that manages all of the things that you're bad at, then you don't have to worry about moving in from the city into the suburbs and worrying about any of the services. Everything's taken care of by one company. And I need that company for my own management services for my land. So to automate all processes, the first step is to identify the issues. And the biggest issue is that I have too much real estate to manage myself. So I just sub it out. That real estate is heavily in litigation. So both the litigation aspect of it is subbed out, as well as the management portion is subbed out. So that's how an intelligent business human would operate an unsurmountable problem. Tonight I will show you a series of videos, and it's all about whatever the day that I'm working on. It is about being present. It's about being in the moment. It's about understanding that, please, if you really think that I am expecting to make billions of dollars on 15 different business concepts, you are just as crazy as the people who think I'm going to fail. I have one business. It's called Microbank. That's a beautiful split. Microbank invests in a series of businesses. Those businesses, yes, a lot of them I do have significant interests in, but there are hundreds of other people that have invested in various businesses that I've started and done. This is just nothing more as my best and favorite ones that are under one umbrella. The tree service business is not a tree service business. There are humans that own tree service businesses that I contract with, and I utilize their, quote, waste. I use their waste, which is honestly the best part of the entire process, is the lack of waste in the reality of, I can't get the clip directly to crush through it. Hey, Jamie, can you come over here for a second? Can you just run the machine for me for a second? See, a partner is very, very important in so many aspects of not just the moral part of it, but like, how do I do a job like this just by myself? Can you run the machine for a second? I just have to make sure that this doesn't go up when the pressure increases. Very dangerous. You have... No, I can't do it. I'd rather just lift it up. Can you run it again? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Go ahead. Wait, one second. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, keep going. Oh. All right, I got it.
There you go.
Thanks. You know, I couldn't have done it. No,
One of the things
I couldn't have done it. Yeah. Let's go back to
All right.
Mulch Pirate. Go back to your cave. No, she's awesome. Maybe I say some negative things, and we fight a lot, and a lot of that has to do with the circumstances of that I'm staying with her for the first time. I'm not with my wife and kids my entire life, and the story that was invented about me was believed, that I'm staying at Jamie's and I'm happy here or something like that. I'm making the best of the situation. I create an incredible property out of something that was a very average home, but my goal is to not only show that anything is possible, but just because you have a million excuses of why something can't happen, that doesn't mean it's impossible. Like, for example, I can't refinance my house without showing the house and being the homeowner, nor will anyone do business refinancing the house with someone who's not allowed in the house. You can tell as many stories as you want, but...
Got you again. Made you really look at me splitting firewood. I'm not just splitting firewood. I'm teaching you about geometry. I'm teaching you about mechanics. I'm explaining to you the nature of how I'm going to be able to bring a community back together. And I say back together because we used to be one. We used to be a really, really good community without trying. We didn't try to be something we weren't. We weren't known as a town that was known to be a town. We were just Livingston. Oh, you're from Livingston? Okay, it's a bunch of rich Jews, and I used to have a friend from there. I think one of the main stories is I hear, oh, I was born in Livingston, and it's usually St. Barnabas, obviously. Look, the reality is that we are all human beings. This is a great opportunity for us to change. 2026 is supposed to be some sort of weird Nostradamus year of aliens and things coming down from the sky. Why not make it the summer of love? But not in the sense of the 70s where sex was involved, but the summer of compassion, the summer of friendship, the summer of just being cool with one another, turning the whole town into a summer camp. It is more than viable and more than doable, but all you need to do is first have one night of fun.
The reality is very simple. The reality is that people do not want to do business with even the accusation of someone that's involved in domestic violence. The concept of me being a victim is not believable to people unless they see the facts. So unless you're a judge or someone who's watched the YouTube channel, it's not believable. So I've removed it. So it's really up to the individual whether or not they choose to believe it. Most of the time I don't even disclose it anymore. Wow, look at this knot. Now that is a serious knot. By the way, I finished watching the movie Bunny, and it's excellent. It really is excellent. It's a real shame that it doesn't get recognized as one of those movies, but it will be. It'll come in handy, and it's a great Halloween costume, and can't give it away, but you'll understand. So this is perfect firewood right here, and as you can see, what I'm doing here is doing the full split large logs for either the fire pit or my neighbors or a plethora of other options. But as the sun sets, there are two ways that you can get in really good shape. Obviously, you can go to the gym, which I don't hate on whatsoever. I think it's a good thing. But you can also find ways to emulate a really good workout and do something productive. It's not that everyone can have a barbecue business and a reason to split firewood and all this stuff, but this is just an example that one of the reasons why I hate going to the gym is because I believe that it's a waste of time, that if you really want to spend time exercising and are not shy of manual labor, and I'm not, and I really enjoy doing it, that taking the time and spending 1 to 2 hours a day splitting firewood in the sun will hopefully, now I won't know if the results will be the same, but hopefully, but please remember that's the only thing that I'm doing is barbecue, and I don't really eat that much also because when you're working in the food industry, it's not as appetizing as you might believe. The food itself is so good that I overindulge in the meat part of it, so I gain too much weight, so I have to watch my weight, and that ends up causing me to be in really good shape. It's a byproduct. Just during the season, because usually I'm very much overweight. Like right now I'm 20 pounds heavy, but I'm not too concerned about it. I mean, look at the work that I have to do. This is like something out of Rocky IV montage where he has to split the firewood right before he starts. And I don't mind doing that. Oh, wow. Look at that. This is a cool one. This is one of those that's just ready for the fire pit as is. I'm just going to leave it as is because sometimes these giant logs, they look ugly, but they me.
Hey, Dan.
So it's only 8:30 p.m.
Yeah.
So the night is young. And it's going to be one fun night. Yes, it's a 70-pound log that I wanted to end the night with. So what do we have here so far?
These are some of our Livingstown boxes that you created. Part of one fun night.
Okay, do you understand what that is?
All your wood perfectly.
What business was your family in growing up?
Charcoal firewood.
That's it, okay?
Yeah, seasonal products.
Did you ever have a standardized product? Did your dad ever say how many?
wood?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, it has never existed.
No.
What I invented was a standardized product for wood. It seems like it's not a big deal, but it comes in two versions. One is 2 nights of fun, one is 1 night of fun. It's just the simple length of the logs. When we come inside, I'll have the reveal, which is the real masterpiece. So let's take a look.
Cool. Let's see.
Do you think it could do it?
Yes.
I don't know about that, you know.
It might take a couple of tries.
Really? I think it'll do it on the first one.
Hell yes. Look at that thing.
It definitely did it.
Look at that thing.
Well, now the problem is I gotta put the whole thing back on.
Yeah, you gotta pick it up again.
No, I'm just kidding. So
That's cool.
yeah, so he goes a lot smaller, a lot quicker. So that's at least
Parmesan cheese.
15%. 15. Well, at least it's not a pistachio.
No, I really want to invest in real Parmesan.
I've invested in it, and it is one of the best investments I've ever made. It's gotta fall off the back of a truck. If it is, and it's gotta roll off the back of a truck. 'Cause it's an easy target. So, how many pieces of wood are in 1 night of fun? And
Give or take
40. That's perfect. 40. All right, look. So essentially, there are 2 types of logs that are in there. You see those little thin ones? What do you think those are used for?
The ones in front of you?
No, like the thin ones right here.
The fire pits.
Well, the kindling.
The
It's this.
kindling or a fire pit?
No. They're all used for the fire pit. They're all
really?
yeah, they're all used for the fire pit. There's a lot of theory that goes into it. You could throw these in there.
Yeah,
Just a
those are
little
perfect
extra.
for what you want.
Right. So the point of what I'm trying to say is that when you get
Like the
a box,
shreds
right, when you get a box, you have to know the directions that ooh, the rain feels nice. After a long winter, a hot day like this, I'm going to stay out here in the rain.
Wow, we just made it before the storm. And the night is almost over. I have to do a quick fill-in while I give you a wrap-up of the night. So tomorrow will be another normal day. The project that I'm really working on, I obviously am working on in secret. What you're seeing is what I want you to see. Please recognize that I have the ability to do the work of about a dozen human beings, especially when I'm no longer distracted by anything. I have a few tricks up my sleeve, but I very rarely wear sleeves to make sure that, to show everyone that my tricks are real. Magic is for people who don't understand science. Science is for people who don't understand math. And math is for absolutely everybody. Because math is really universal and is designed to be presented to the human being on a level that they understand. Even the most unintelligent human being has an understanding of some form of math whatsoever. Give me 1 second. While I do this, why don't you take a second and pray a little bit for all the things that you love and all the things that you adore. Not for the people that are sick, not for the people that you miss, not for the selfish reasons that you think, but for the reasons that people want you to pray. People love you, not the people that you think, but the people that actually do. You are a loved human being. Not me, Daniel and Reese's, but you, the viewer. Think about those people while I do this.
I want to give a little bit of credit to everything that you've done. I would have to say you did about $1,500 worth of mulch tonight. Would you say that's correct? So that's a really nice little come up, and we were able to also launch the Black Mulch Project, and that's kind of like,
I'm really looking forward to seeing it in the light.
right? You really didn't. You didn't really understand my reference to the Mulch Pirate.
Oh, the mulch.
A lot of it has to do with that ridiculous headband that you had on. It's not ridiculous. I like it. Is there a name for it?
A headband, a bandana.
The bandana, but to wear it like a cleaning lady. Like, is that like a look?
It's these. So it's the point of it is to keep your hair out of your face. And
Oh, what's the deal? Why do you have so much hair lately? Have you noticed that your hair is like double the length from when I met you? What is going on? Are you using Rogaine?
No.
Are you on Hims?
No. So I actually was losing my hair a lot.
All those packages for Hims that used to come to 48 Lee Road, was that for you?
No.
Are you sure? It's okay if it is. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hair products.
You know, I'm a big supporter of erectile dysfunctional medicine for men openly. I don't like the concept of an entire brand being created and fooling people into thinking that you're getting dick pills and pretending to people that it's because of anxiety. That's all. That's all I'm saying. All right, we still have that giant piece that's left that I'm trying to. So as you can see, to shorten everything up, I don't think there's anyone that's ever created luxury firewood. I think there's been luxury. Luxury is a category.
Bespoke firewood company?
I don't know why you keep using the word bespoke. I don't even know what it means. I've heard it used like.
It.
I use it for the fact that I don't even know what it means. It's like Brooklyn and bespoke are like the same word to me.
I think you
like,
called it like. I'm gonna figure it out.
I mean, I know the word and I know what it means. I use luxury. I don't think bespoke is fancy. I think no.
Is like
I think bespoke is unique. Yeah, like made to order type of stuff. But that's not what this wood is. This wood is luxury. This is high-end wood. Ugh. Wow, nothing more fun than. Well, I just dropped it. What I was basically saying is that. What I'm saying is that there's no actual luxury wood brands out there until my brand. No one treated wood as a luxury item. No one really understood the importance of having a fireplace with beautiful wood around it and guaranteeing that it's beautiful. Until I started saying, hey, why is there no companies that do this? By the way, your work ethic is really incredible. You're really one of the hardest working people. And I know that anyone who's ever been your boss or worked with you on project knows this. And that doesn't take away from anyone else's hard work. That is just to say that you're a really hard working person. I believe that I don't have a choice. I don't stop moving.
You don't stop moving.
You know, it's funny.
You kind of have to be a hard worker.
I have to go into court and explain to everyone that both I have a mental handicap because I'm so energetic, but everything that I've accomplished in life is because of that same mental handicap.
Exactly right.
So I don't understand how anyone could possibly see the massive advantage I have by having endless energy and being a human being that people strive to be. But when you are that person, you're constantly told that you're doing something wrong and for you to calm down. Yeah, I'm a piece of shit. I'm a horrible person and all those things. But like nobody actually tells me why. Yeah, you can take the smaller piece over here. Thanks for continuing to work hard. Is that an original MTV shirt from the 80s?
It is an original MTV shirt from Target on Route 10 in East Hanover.
That's funny, baby. The rain feels really good. I'm just saying, if you're not comfortable here, I'll start throwing these your way.
Thank you.
So it's easier to bring in. Sorry about that. If I hurt you in some way, I gotta put this thing back up. Well, I'm just gonna finish up this one log that looks like, what? Are we finished with these boxes? So like I said, they use far more boxes than people take. That's why there's always an excess of it. And I saw them throwing boxes out. I saw them, they have a shredder, a compactor, and stuff like that. Now we'll be able to utilize the overflow since they sell so much more product than people use the boxes, because a lot of that has to do with human beings being trained to bring their own bags places.
Yes.
You know, that's really where, if you were to ask me, like, why do they use so many less boxes when they're free and they offer, and I don't give a secret where it comes from, but anyone that's from this area knows exactly where these boxes come from.
Exactly.
And to utilize the box and to have a standardized product that really is the standardized product for fruits and vegetables. So I know that it's a very, very heavily manufactured, very common standard product. You know, it's the produce box.
It is. Look at this. This is fantastic.
Wow, the rain feels great. I'm actually not going to go in. I'd rather just rain and... What'd you say?
It took me a little bit longer, so these two cutscenes that you saw gave you a chance to understand. This is a ritual that I do to keep myself grounded, to keep myself reminding that I find myself to be extremely irritable lately, and that is because the real me has really come out. The real me simply cannot tolerate what has happened in the background. Tonight, I will work on my financial matrix. Tomorrow morning, I will present my final thesis, which is everything that I've been working on for the last 6 years, presented in one form. Then I will spend exactly 2 weeks executing my plan. At the end of the 2-week execution, you will see the final result. If the final result is not at least 51% positive based on what I have created and what I have done, and what I will show you that I will do all publicly via this YouTube channel, then I will give up, which means that I will not pursue my dreams in the same fashion that I have for the last 30 years, but I will give up. I will sell absolutely everything that I have. I will focus on nothing but my children, and I will restart my life, which means that I will give myself exactly 2 weeks to either shit or get off the pot. That is because I have lost so much money as a direct result of fraud. Give me 1 second.
What's your level of how much rain are you willing to tolerate?
I mean, as long as it's not.
Well, I mean, if it's raining, I'm just curious what your tolerance is. For me, that it's the beginning of the spring and it's a beautiful night, so being soaking wet, and then like, you know, I sleep downstairs, you sleep upstairs, I could take a shower, you could take a shower, and you know, that's it.
That's cute.
I mean, like the fact that we're roommates and we don't have some sort of a
I know.
and people think
It's very funny.
it's, I mean, I really miss my boys. I haven't seen my boys for 9 months. I think that a lot of people, 8 months.
You're growing up and then getting a roommate.
And then getting what? A roommate? Well, I don't think that I'm your roommate. I think I'm homeless and you're very nice to let me stay here while, you know, I'm a victim of these circumstances. And I hate the word victim, but how else?
You adjusted really well.
I do the best I can. You know, there's people. Oh my God, tossed out. You have no idea. Well, you do actually have an idea of what I did for everyone that is doing this to me. How well I've treated people and how hard I've worked. And remember, I'm a self-made man, so everything I have, I earn myself. So as much as you want to put me down, I'm completely self-made. I did not earn a single thing from anyone else. So I get compared to all these people that have this massive advantage of being born into both a family of wealth as well as predetermined a pedigree of parental units that are really... It's not just being born into wealth, it's born into a mindset where like you have to go to college. I care about you, I love about you, I want you not to deal drugs, I want you to stay out of trouble. I never had that. You know, I never had anyone that gave a shit about that. I had a mother that supported some very, 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 very nefarious activities that I wasn't even engaged in, but for her to leave me alone and just to take the money, I had to.
I wish that someone told me that I had the option to not go to college right now. Like, I felt like it was such a standard, like, a certain rule. Like, an unspoken rule. Like, after high school, it wasn't like a conversation about, oh.
You want me to ask you
Waste
some?
of money.
You want me to ask you some real questions? If you didn't have a college degree, would you have the job that you met Jared at? No. Right? That's the answer. That's why a college degree was very important for you, because all 3 of your children were born because you had a college degree. The way they were in the terms that you were born. Mine were not. Mine were born because I met the girl in college, and the rest. You know, one of the things that I really love about the rain is that you feel this discomfort in the beginning, and then you realize, wait a second, it's just rain.
It's just water.
It's just water.
Right?
It's just one of those things where you're just meant to believe that you're going to melt.
Yeah, so
I'm going to use some smaller ones in there, so you don't want, yeah, you don't want to have just large ones. And I'll make the smaller ones. I'll make these a lot smaller, and this will be the end of the night.
all right, do you want me just kind of stack them here or full of stuff?
Yeah, of course. I don't want you to carry any of them. We'll carry them in, and then I just want to finish doing this. I know someone's partying over here.
Whoever's not flipping us off.
See, like, one of the reasons why I'm bringing these inside is because I don't want even any moisture whatsoever on the interior. That's how much I care about this wood. What are you doing over there? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You're doing additional work for no reason. Here, just stand by that box, and I'm going to hand you, here, look, see this? All this in here, throw that in there. Oh, sorry about that. Just go Jan Michael Vincent it up right over there in the quadrants. All right. A few more minutes and this will be done. And it's one night of fun and 2 nights of fun. I'll explain the geometry behind it. I'll also explain that I will show you a surprise, little Easter egg behind the fact that I always rely on myself, no matter how much you think that I am nothing more than a victim of circumstances. Like in court, I've been told that, like, oh, I pretend like when things go well for me, I celebrate because they go well for me. That is not true. I celebrate because you do the stupidest thing you could possibly do and help me and my case out inadvertently. And usually that happens because people's motivation is to hurt me and not to do good for themselves. It's a very big difference. Do you know the difference? It's very simple. You know, when going against me, I could pretty much predict that your actions will be predicated on trying to hurt me rather than winning the case.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Almost immediately, almost guaranteed.
Dead straight.
Do me a favor, try to fill up, see those little pieces over there, try to fill up that box, try to fill up all the empty space, and I'm not going to keep cutting if we don't have any more space for boxes. So just fill up everything that we have, all the loose pieces and everything. Be careful, I got one coming in right here, turn around, eyes, okay, thank you. Sometimes, guys, I get a little paranoid because these things go crazy and flip off. I got one more coming in right here, but this one's already pre-split, so you should have 4. I have all of that. Not sure if Jamie heard anything I said. Jamie, stand by that box right over there and see these extra small pieces.
Then when I split the firewood, I'm able to take my mind off of the reality that I did not inherit my wealth. I made it myself. Listening to my wife yesterday in court make fun of me as a human being who was not able to produce the income that she wanted me to produce, without recognizing that I'm a self-made man, which means that everything I have I created 100% by myself, which means that she married a human being and his actions, his direct result, his success is tied very much to her actions. This means that the money that I created was created by me, Dan Lambrisis, under the conditions that I was coming home to an abusive partner. Please recognize that what I will produce is 100 times what I produced in the past because I no longer live with a monster. I have a roommate. Her name is Jamie. She's my assistant. She's my best friend. She's a nice lady. She's a great mom. She works really, really hard. I'm extremely difficult on her because of the situation that I'm in. The situation I'm in is because I am talented, because I'm the center of this insanity, and because everything I've said is 100% true. If it wasn't true, I could simply be put in an insane asylum or dismissed. Please recognize that I've been unlawfully arrested, I am wearing a mustache, and I am white. Those three factors put together really put me in a category of literally the least sympathetic person on earth. In your mind, you believe that what I am is a cold-hearted bastard. In reality, I'm a kind-hearted sweetheart that wants nothing but love for everyone else. Here, look, take a look at what I do.
Those are the only pieces that you got to fill in to that area, and then once it's all finished, we're gonna go ahead and clean everything up exactly as we discussed. Is that one full, or could it fill? Okay, no problem. Here's a few more. Here you go, Mrs. Jan Michael Vincent. Be careful. Do you have enough quadrants here? All right, here we go. Do you need this one cut, or you have enough?
Yeah, that one needs cut.
All right, cool. Thank you for your communication. And thank you for coming to Sony. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. See how brands, memories, and ideologies that are created by corporations inadvertently are imprinted in our memories forever. See how this traumatic event by us being separated by our children has ruined our children's childhoods forever. Yeah. See, the people that are in charge don't have a clue of what they're doing, and the people that are doing it are so sadistic that they have zero regard for the long-term effects that they have on our children. And that's a shame. It really is. As long as the kids are physically healthy, almost everything else can be fixed with time and money. I assure you, I'm really good at both of them because they both need proper management, care, love, attention, and to be real. Oh, look at that. Okay. All right. I got two more. I got two more pieces. Can you take two more? Jan Michael Vincent, you can do it. SJ, you can do it. Mulch Pirate. How many nicknames do you have? You're kind of like Fidel. Fidel had the most amount of nicknames. Fidel had the most amount of nicknames. You have no idea how much I care for Fidel.
No, I know. That's what I said.
I take it so serious. You know who really likes Fidel? Ellie Goulding. She kept trying to tell me that I didn't think of the name, and I was like, Fidel Castro and I were both born on August 13th. That was one of the reasons. I'm a big fan of numbers, you know. She's like, do you study astrology? I was like, no, August 13th. I study dates. Oh. Yeah. All right, I think we're good to go, all right? Yeah. Tell the audience, have a good night. Tell your kids good night and you love them.
I love you so much, Addie Brady and Crosby. Miss you.
All right.
Happy birthday.
Boys, I love you too. Not to be outdone, but, you know, keep it real. You know your orders. You know exactly what to do. Dad will be home soon. I love you very much. Everything else I'll explain when I see you. Peace. Son.
You see, right now it's almost a 9:45. At close to 10 o'clock, I will take my boots off, take a shower, and get ready for bed. I will spend the next 4 hours prepping the videos that I will show. The reason why the videos are so important is because I have two beautiful boys who will one day, very shortly, come back into my life and say, Dad, why didn't you work really hard on trying to get us back? I will say, gentlemen, I assure you, I did absolutely everything legal you can humanly imagine, and I was prepared to do far more. It all depends on the people that are around my children who do not recognize how important a male role model is, who is their actual father. Not to mention the fact that I'm fucking awesome, and this whole thing happened is because my wife is simply not as good of a parent as I am, because she believes in not bringing out the talents in our children. She wants our children to be normal. She wants them to be level-headed. She doesn't want them to lose. She doesn't want them to experience pain. She doesn't understand the balance of life because she has had everything handed to her. Her entire life, she was taken care of first by her father, then by me. Her entire life. Please remember that when a human being has never spent a single day being personally responsible for anything, it is virtually impossible for them to flip a switch and actually become the person that they're pretending to be. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember my name is Daniel M. Reeses. This channel is absolutely public, disseminated for everyone, and I am absolutely fearless in the words that I say. When a human being has this much conviction, please remember, the truth behind his words is far more powerful than anything you could humanly imagine. Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Hello.
What's up? Good morning. What day is today?
Today is Thursday, March 12th.
So that means that the video that's about to be posted at noon will cover 1 week's worth of
Yes, that's true.
prep
Wow.
work. Now, that means that it took me 1 week to prepare for a 2-week run. Every good run works around the 2-3-2 principle. If you're really special, I reverse it to 3-2-3 without you knowing it. Please understand that what's in front of me is the key to this entire process starting. I just need somebody to ask me, what is
Hey
this?
Dan, what's this thing
Oh.
on the table?
Jamie, thank you so much. I
Yay.
really appreciate it. I have to stand up for a little bit, so the only thing that's going to be visible is my mustache, because this is from the mustache to the world. That's who is speaking. In case anyone's wondering, I actually have purposely gained about 20 pounds of weight in order to sustain the workload that's going to be required from what I'm about to explain to you. All right? I currently will find out exactly what the value of my real estate, my equities, my businesses, and everything is in the afternoon. You see this board right back here? It's going to be completely replaced by 2 elements. The left side will be the legal matrix, and the right side will be the business matrix. I'm not just going to fill up the board with absolutely random stuff. I'm going to fill it up very carefully and strategically and coherently. I've set up a routine, also known as automation, for everything that Jamie is able to do on a daily basis. Is that correct, Jamie?
Yes.
Which means that the only key element that I've been missing is this. I'm not going to be able to start talking until Jamie's actually focused, because what she has the ability to do is to engage and then disengage without actually letting me know. So are you back?
I'm here.
Are you paying attention?
Yep.
You ready to know what this is?
Yep.
Now, how many years have you seen me own this product?
Forever, I feel like. You've had it a long
Okay.
time.
Have I ever used it?
I don't believe so. I've never seen you use it.
Does it look like it's been
It
used?
doesn't look like it's ever
Okay. This is absolutely brand new. What this is the MX Fuel diamond tipped concrete saw, which for anyone who doesn't understand, that this is the most powerful saw in the world. Yes, for the size and for the ability for what I'm about to tell you. Now, this saw, there are other ones for this size that are stronger and have a larger, I don't even know how to take the battery off. to tell you the truth. I'll figure all this stuff out, but essentially it comes with a second battery, a
Oh my
charger.
god, that battery's in here.
Oh wow, this. Oh my god, look what I just found.
Ah!
Pierce, I found your Gatorade bottle
Oh god.
in the
Is
trunk
there
of my
fluid
car.
in there?
There's fluid in it.
Oh god.
And speaking of fluid, that's one of the best parts about this product is that it doesn't require a fuel source other than. Look, eventually I'll YouTube a video that shows me how to take it off, and it's a very, 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 very complicated machine that is designed to cut through absolutely anything. All right, let me try to wrap this up. And oh, wait a second. I'll tell you the truth. Watch this. You'll see what this is all about in a second.
Amy.
Hey, Dan.
So it's only 8:30 p.m.
Yes.
So the night is young, and it's going to be one fun night. Yes, it's a 70-pound log
Wow.
that I wanted to end the night with. So what do we have here so far?
These are some of our Livingstown boxes that you created. Part of one fun night.
Okay, do you
And
understand what
stacked
that
up
is?
all your wood perfectly.
What business was your family in growing up?
Charcoal firewood.
That's it, okay?
Yeah, seasonal products.
Did you ever have a standardized product? Did your dad ever say how
For
many?
wood?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, it has never existed.
No.
What I invented was a standardized product for wood. It seems like it's not a big deal, but it comes in two versions. One is 2 nights of fun, one is 1 night of fun. It's just the simple length of the logs. When we come inside, I'll have the reveal, which is the real masterpiece. So let's take a look.
Cool. Let's see.
Do you think it could do it?
Yes.
I don't know about that, you know.
It might take a couple of tries.
Really. I think it'll do it on the first one.
Hell yes. Look at that thing.
It definitely did it.
Look at that thing.
Well, now the problem is I got to put the whole thing back on.
Yeah, you gotta pick it up again.
No, I'm just kidding. So
That's cool.
yeah, so he goes a lot smaller, a lot quicker. So that's at least
Parmesan cheese.
15%. 15. Well, at least it's not a pistachio.
No, I really want to invest in real Parmesan.
I've invested in it, and it is one of the best investments I've ever made. It's gotta fall off the back of a truck. If it is, and it's gotta roll off the back of a truck. 'Cause it's an easy target. So, how many pieces of wood are in 1 night of fun? And
Give or take
40. That's perfect. 40. All right, look. So essentially, there are 2 types of logs that are in there. You see those little thin ones? What do you think those are used for?
The ones in front of you?
No, like the thin ones right here.
The fire pits.
Well, the kindling.
The
It's this.
kindling or a fire pit?
No. They're all used for the fire pit. They're all
really?
yeah, they're all used for the fire pit. There's a lot of theory that goes into it. You could throw these in there.
Yeah,
Just a
those
little
are
extra.
perfect for
Right. So the point of what I'm trying to say is that when you get
Like the
a box, right, when you get a box, you have to know the directions that ooh, the rain feels nice. After a long winter, a hot day like this, I'm going to stay out here in the rain.
You see, a perfect night like last night where I'm able to maximize on the output by utilizing 2 resources, myself and Jamie, working very hard for a short amount of time because we had a limitation for the rain. And when you talk about things like that, sorry about that, over the course of this entire process, I'm going to be trying to do.
I have a pretty basic question for this. Where are you supposed to cut whatever item you're cutting on the ground?
I'm going to explain a couple of things, okay? This is a diamond tip concrete saw. It goes through concrete like, you know, a hot knife through butter. It is also wireless, which means that it can be used in any environment whatsoever without the requirement of a power source. Even though I do have significant generators as well as the ability to convert power from a car to a 220 or a 110 volt system, what I needed the most is over the course, for example, you've seen me drive around with bolt cutters all the time.
All the time.
That is because I have properties that have been stolen from me and bolts are illegally put on my property that I own, and I'm forced to constantly be using my large bolt cutters. I also have something called the Jaws of Life. I have a number of Jaws of Life. One of them is held, my favorite one is held by a friend named Chris, who's holding on to 3 things of mine very carefully, very, very respectfully, and it is nothing more than a test to the will and sentiment of a friendship to see how he's able to conduct himself given the fact that he has some of my very important toys. Now this item right here, you might say to yourself, Dan, why do you have a concrete saw on YouTube on Thursday morning starting the video?
Yeah. Dan, why do you have this saw on the table?
Great question, Jamie. You know, before I continue, you got to check this out.
I want to give a little bit of credit to everything that you've done. I would have to say you did about $1,500 worth of mulch tonight. Would you say that's correct? So that's a really nice little come up, and we were able to also launch the Black Mulch Project, and that's kind of like
looking forward to seeing it in the light.
Right, you really didn't. You didn't really. You didn't really understand my reference to the mulch pirate.
Oh, the mulch.
A lot of it has to do with that ridiculous headband that you had on. It's not ridiculous. I like it. Is there a name for it?
A headband, a bandana.
The bandana, but to wear it like a cleaning lady. Like, is that like a look?
It's these. So it's the point of it is to keep your hair out of your face. And you have, like,
Oh, what's the deal? Why do you have so much hair lately? Have you noticed that your hair is like double the length from when I met you? What is going on? Are you using Rogaine?
No.
Are you on Hims?
No. So I actually was losing my hair a long time.
All those packages for Hims that used to come to 48 Lee Road, was that for you?
No.
Are you sure? It's okay if it is. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hair products.
You know, I'm a big supporter of erectile dysfunctional medicine for men openly. I don't like the concept of an entire brand being created and fooling people into thinking that you're getting dick pills and pretending to people that it's because of anxiety. That's all. That's all I'm saying. All right, we still have that giant piece that's left that I'm trying to. So as you can see, to shorten everything up, I don't think there's anyone that's ever created luxury firewood. I think there's been luxury. Luxury is a category.
Bespoke firewood company?
I don't know why you keep using the word bespoke. I don't even know what it means. I've heard it used like.
It.
I use it for the fact that I don't even know what it means. It's like Brooklyn and bespoke are like the same word to me.
I think you
like,
called it like. I'm gonna figure it out.
I mean, I know the word and I know what it means. I use luxury. I don't think bespoke is fancy. I think no.
Is like
I think bespoke is unique. Yeah, like made to order type of stuff. But that's not what this wood is. This wood is luxury. This is high-end wood. Ugh. Wow, nothing more fun than. Well, I just dropped it. What I was basically saying is that. What I'm saying is that there's no actual luxury wood brands out there until my brand. No one treated wood as a luxury item. No one really understood the importance of having a fireplace with beautiful wood around it and guaranteeing that it's beautiful. Until I started saying, hey, why is there no companies that do this?
So as you can see, one of the biggest issues that I have is this endless ability to cut wood, but it needs to conform to a certain size. The wood that I'm cutting is impossible to really get the purest form of a piece to go into my machine without some form of augmentation for at least 50% of what I receive. I have two choices when dealing with firewood. I can use a chainsaw. Obviously, to use a chainsaw is 1, very dangerous. 2, requires a massive amount of experience. 3, a chainsaw and a gun are very similar. If you don't have the ability to strip the chainsaw, replace the chain, to oil the chainsaw, maintain it, maintain the gas, recognize the quantity of time that you have until you refill it, and be mindful that you always need to have a clear mind when working with a chainsaw. Is one mistake will take everything off. Now this is my solution to anyone who says that a chainsaw is the most powerful thing to cut wood with. See, what I have here is a concrete diamond tip blade saw, which is about 300 times more powerful at point of impact than a chainsaw. Try cutting a concrete slab with a chainsaw and you'll see the difference. Furthermore, by using diamond tips, I avoid any dullness, since what I'm basically hitting is something that does absolutely nothing to the wear and tear. I also have over 20 of these blades in my house, and what this product is able to do is cut down any single piece of wood and treat it as if it is concrete. Now, you might not understand this. So what I will show you is that tonight's video features nothing more than the vignettes of everything that leads up to today. Today is the day that I actually take stock of the ownership of the massive real estate portfolio, my business equity, and everything else that I own. It is very important you understand that 8 months ago my wife filed for divorce, so it has taken me 8 months to get through the trauma of the fact that I haven't seen my children for 8 months, and no human being is able to work. What you see is nothing more than 5 to 10% of the production that I'm able to do, because I've been displaced, I've been made homeless, I've had my motivation for life taken away from me, and I have very clearly expressed that my office is a core requirement for my ability to do my job. It has been this way for the last 5 years, including the last 25 years, which has not only been unspoken, has been fully supported by my wife. The video that you see is nothing more than one vacation. I've only had 2 vacations that I've gone, well, a few of them paid for by Jamie via loan, but please remember that Jamie is currently being made fun of in the same context that humans in the early 1980s who worked for the Apple Corporation were given very clear choices. Option 1 is receive stock options and work for virtually for free if you believe in the company and believe in yourself and believe in Steve Jobs. Or option 2, which 75% of the employees took, was a direct paycheck, no stock options. During the first few years, those employees spent the majority of the time laughing at the rest of the employees that worked for free, and they referred to working for Steve Jobs as working for a cult. Please recognize that the human beings that chose option 1 have all become billionaires, where there have been 4, not 1, not 2, but not 3, but 4 human beings that have killed themselves that chose option 2. Right now, Jamie Resnick has chosen option 1. She has chosen the equity as well as the potential to make millions of dollars in exchange for the few thousands that I owe her as far as a standard W-2. It is a business decision that is made between 2 people under full guise of the law. We are fully protected because what I understand is something called tax law. Better than almost any human being that you'll ever meet in your life, I understand that bragging about tax law is not something that, you know, you started first date with. And speaking of
I
which,
was just gonna say.
it's like, hey,
Don't
I'm
put
Dan.
that on your dating app.
I'm really good at understanding and not manipulating the tax law illegally, but rather that in a world of human beings that do everything to deduct things they're not allowed to, avoid paying taxes, I'm able to have a massive strategic advantage by purporting that taxes are something extremely positive. They are something that can make you a lot of money if you understand how to structure it. And please recognize that I'm trying to get into the camera, but the mustache just owns me. Right now, when the mustache is here, you'll hear a series of voice activated audio commands that is by the mustache. That is not in my control. The mustache is currently in full control of everything. If you want to file a restraining order against the mustache, I fully would understand it and support it, because the mustache currently runs my YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is posted and run by the mustache. The mustache doesn't have a name yet. Most likely, I am thinking of a name. So essentially, take a look at this. This right here is the most powerful single-handed. Now, one of the other reasons why I really love it is because it requires 2 hands to use it, so that the only way for me to possibly hurt myself is that I completely go out of my way to take this thing and cut myself with it, because while wearing steel-toe boots and having face shield as well as glove protections, this unit is absolutely impossible to hurt yourself with, because it's designed for concrete on a downward angle. So please recognize what I will be using is the equivalent of the world's most expensive chef knife, heated at about 900 degrees, and a warm stick of butter that I will need to cut through the side of it. That is the equivalent. This product, if you go on Amazon, it'll tell you the exact weight. I would have to say it's 34 pounds total, anywhere between 29 to 34 pounds. But the weight of it changes once the circumference increases, like the gravitron. So it's an illusion, it dissipates the weight. Please recognize that the actual product will only work once I put it into experiment.
By the way, your work ethic is really incredible. You're really one of the hardest working people. And I know that anyone who's ever been your boss or worked with you on project knows this. And that doesn't take away from anyone else's hard work. That is just to say that you're a really hard working person. I believe that I don't have a choice. I don't stop moving?
You don't stop moving.
You know, it's funny.
You kind of have to be a hard worker.
I have to go into court and explain to everyone that both I have a mental handicap because I'm so energetic, but everything that I've accomplished in life is because of that same mental handicap.
Exactly right.
So I don't understand how anyone could possibly see the massive advantage I have by having endless energy and being a human being that people strive to be. But when you are that person, you're constantly told that you're doing something wrong, and for you to calm down. Yeah, I'm a piece of shit. I'm a horrible person and all those things. But like, nobody actually tells me why. Yeah, you can take the smaller piece over here. Thanks for continuing to work hard. Is that an original MTV shirt from the 80s?
It is an original MTV shirt from Target on Route 10 in East Hanover.
That's funny, Jamie. The rain feels really good. I'm just saying, if you're not comfortable, here, I'll start throwing these your way.
Thank you.
So it's easier to bring in. Sorry about that. If I hurt you in some way, I gotta put this thing back up. Well, I'm just gonna finish up this one log that looks like... What? Are we finished with these boxes? So like I said, they use far more boxes than people take. That's why there's always an excess of it. And I saw them throwing boxes out. I saw them, they have a shredder, a compactor, and stuff like that. Now we'll be able to utilize the overflow, since they sell so much more product than people use the boxes, because a lot of that has to do with human beings being trained to bring their own bags places.
Yes.
You know, that's really where, if you were to ask me, like, why do they use so many less boxes when they're free and they offer, and I don't give a secret where it comes from, but anyone that's from this area knows exactly where these boxes come from.
Exactly.
And to utilize the box and to have a standardized product that really is the standardized product for fruits and vegetables. So I know that it's a very, very heavily manufactured, very common standard product. You know, it's the produce box.
It is. Look at this. This is fantastic.
Wow, the rain feels great. I'm actually not going to go in. I'd rather just rain and... What'd you say?
And to start the video for this evening, please remember that I currently have about 600 videos that are in the bank that I haven't released. I will do my best to review my financial matrix. It's 9:30 a.m. in the morning, which means that I will have until 6 p.m. tonight during this rainy day to produce the content. At 6 p.m. I will film 2 hours worth of content, which will be included as part of all the vignettes, at which point I will then post exactly what I have done. Then tomorrow, which is an extremely important day, I will need to take off because I'm extremely busy doing something, and the result of tomorrow will not be posted on YouTube, because the most important projects that I'm doing I will not be discussing online. What I'm discussing online are the things that I want you to see. Things that are legal matters, things that are part of the discovery process, the utilization of this channel as a method of business. Please recognize that if you're paying attention to anything, even if you're the dumbest fucking human being in the entire world, you have seen me completely reinvent the future of modern day business to dispute artificial intelligence being the dominant force behind the creativity of the human brain. I've also standardized a world standard to reuse standard fruit and vegetable boxes, which is one of the most heavily overproduced product that is not post-utilization effective, which means that once the vegetables and fruit are on site, those boxes are utilized as nothing more than waste. They are compacted, they are recycled, and they're reused. Please recognize that by utilization of them as a standardized product for wood, I have solved the endless argument of how big is a cord, how much was delivered, what was delivered, how was it delivered. I've also created a luxury premium firewood brand. I have created Dan's Nuts. I have created hundreds, literally hundreds of businesses, brands, and iconic billion-dollar, not hundreds of $1 billion altogether. I would believe that I have about 8 products that are worth over $2 billion each. How I choose to structure them will be based on the management of Microbank. Everything that I do for the rest of my financial or business career is based around one company. It's called Microbank. It's run as a sole proprietorship. I will end this video by saying one of the biggest mistakes that I've made is that I did not recognize that as smart as I was in tax law, I didn't understand that the marketing aspect of tax law is designed by humans who want to cheat the system, not take advantage of the positive aspect of the system. So my biggest mistake as a business entrepreneur, and I'll tell you right away before I actually big myself, and I'll go really quick, is that I structured my real estate entities as single entity LLCs, which is what you're, quote, supposed to do in order to deduct the most amount and to protect yourself. That is only in the world of lies. That is designed for human beings who are predestined to break the law via not paying their taxes on time and not be fully responsible for the actions of the corporation. It is a corporate veil that is created in marriages that are not made out of love. A veil that should never exist. That corporate veil is gone. I own Microbank as a sole proprietorship, and I will always operate it as either a sole proprietorship or if I have to, because of accounting purposes and because of financial structures that are demanded based on the investors. But essentially, it is Microbank, I am Microbank, and one of the funniest jokes was that in the 90s, Bill Gates announced that I am Microsoft, and then Norm Macdonald goes, Hillary Clinton had no comment. So when you have a company called Microsoft, it really is a sexual reference. When you have a company like Microbank, it is a reference to the 99% who have been completely fucked by individuals who have taken advantage of very, very, very basic arithmetic and algebra that can easily be disputed via a simple system such as this. Your entire life you've seen human beings use chainsaw to cut wood, but not a single person has utilized a concrete saw in order to guarantee that they are safe and that the product works better than anything imaginable, since the blade never needs to be replaced, since a diamond tip blade on concrete will never go dull in any type of wood. This hypothesis will simply be proven either right or wrong in front of your own eyes. Today, you will see nothing more than the end of this clip and obviously the utilization of the product that I've created over the last week. The most important part of what you will see is actually the legal and the financial matrix, as I want to show it to you, and I'll review each and every single part of it. And over the course of today, you will see that I have a very important meeting tomorrow that I need to prep for, so the entire schedule is slightly thrown off. But the automation process of what I'm doing is the most important part, so that you understand that the reason why I haven't panicked or gone crazy or been upset at everything is because I know the truth. And that's why I have a secret that I'm not revealing to anyone, is because the truth of what I know revolves around 40 or 50 different amazing truths and reveals that will come in time. Because remember, a very smart man who passed prematurely very smartly said in a very smart movie, if you do something well, never, ever do it for free.